Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and
Got the
fly on.
passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we've been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy start with discussing it's whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business like just fly on.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business back and just fly on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. This cell is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the root. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, know the skies. The spirit's woke, we realize. All we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our right. We happy day. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundational Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our pain to the power, our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace now, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Still pay. You can't inherit though by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never matter. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You use our culture, like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us, because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Still in my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Hate y'all still, hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, it's the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBA, but ain't too half white. Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on. Can't try it on, built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the card. Do you like that? made. No edit, no care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the
Greetings, Black family. Greetings. Thank y'all for tapping in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Krumah. I'm joined with other host, Lady Che. And we should be joined here shortly with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankoria, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of. And on this season 6, episode 16, part 1 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first one is tangibles. Tangibles 2026, all the way to 2100. Then we got examining Jasmine Croccett shits, failed Senate race. Then we got the real reason Democrats are starting to lose Black American support. Jasmine Croccett and the Democrats have lost FBA support. Latinos have taken over the Black vote in Texas. Democrats blame Black men for Jasmine Croccett shit losing. Latina says Black Americans in Texas are being xenophobic toward them over Jasmine Croccett shit. The tetherosity. Then we got Trump voters shift away. Now they got Trump remorse. Trump, aka the dump as in human shit, won't rule out boots on the ground in Iran. Jonathan Major's next movie is for the Daily Wire. And last certain not least, we got rapper Afroman, you know, when I did that Cause I Got High song. He says a lawsuit has been brought against him by Adams County, meaning not our Adams County in Colorado, but Adams County in Ohio. Deputies violated his freedom of speech. And we're based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. get the news from a frontline and Black first perspective. We are part of the New Blacc Media and also the Signal Boosters of the New Blacc Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is the first one. It started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party of Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It's also part of the Frontline campaign that's recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please like and share the broadcast, family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News, Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel, our personal page, Just Paris, aka Chain Chroma. That's where we stream all the city council meetings and community events, Black First community, Black related events here in Colorado. And then we got Lady Chay's channel, The Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all sub up to that. Also subscribe to her Seduction Dog channel as well. Also make sure y'all sub up to Shabaka's channel, Jeanette One. The links to all of these channels are in the description. Then we got our cousin off the Bay Area, our Lokester, Jay Militant, was Croccett TV with Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel. Then we got our Mile High certified brother, Coop Keezy, who usually does the intro track for Frontline Black News. His link is also in the description, Coop Keezy 5100. Then we got our brother out of Virginia, VA, by way of New York, Breeze Omega. Make sure y'all sub to Breeze Omega's channel as well. Then we got the Church of Black Power, brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. This link is also in the description. Then our brother Black Truth United. I forgot where he's at. He's somewhere in this country. But anyway, he came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And the links to submit your businesses, your FBA or B1 businesses is in the description. And also the link to the Rolodex itself is also in the description. Then we got the petition for reparations, the change.org petition. Make sure y'all sign that. Then we have several petitions for reparations in the description as well. Make sure you sign all of those. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Make sure y'all support that if you're able. And PukeTube. We got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use in the Copyright Act of 1976 is a legal doctrine allowing portions of copyrighted material to be reproduced in certain circumstances without the permission of the copyright owner. I do not own the rights to the music, and if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is, and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you. And all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity, and that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. And all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And that was by the late, great Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a little over a year ago at the age of 95, produced Justice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Neely Fuller Jr., produced Justice.com. And last but certainly not least, there goes Shabaka. Last but certainly not least, we got racism. White supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great Dr. Francis Chris Wilson, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80. And shout out to our FBA brother, Tariq Nasheed, out of Los Angeles, California, who paid for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, greetings, Shabaka. I just finished with the intro. You're muted. You're welcome, Milky Dad. And Michael, yep. Kaba Alpha, 19 Keys, Dave Anderson, Shahad Ali, Dr. Randy Short, Dr. Mod, Brother Chase, Brother Wesley, Dr. Wesley Muhammad. They're all in the New Hidden Colors crew, yep. Shabaki, you're muted. So I can't hear nothing that you're saying.
Hey, what's going on, man? I was just having hell getting this damn Wi-Fi on.
Oh, okay. Greetings, Shabaka, from the Mile High Income and Illegal Market Footage.
What's going on here? Greetings, y'all from Sin City. Come on, 7-Eleven.
Right. So how's it in the windy Sin City?
Well, actually, we're at 56 degrees. It was windy. You know, the temperature is starting to drop, but it ain't like
it's 37 right now. It got into the 50s. So that snow, majority of that snow melted. So it's still some snow in like the shady areas, but outside of that, it's majority of it is melted. You said the shot, hey, crew.
No, the shot should be full of ice.
Crew said it's okay.
Yeah, they're gonna start melting in a minute. Because, you know, they're coming up here to the first day of spring in about 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah. So we got daylight savings time starts tonight. Morning. So remember
so at 2 o'clock, so wait a minute.
Yeah, 2 a.m.
So,
it's gonna
yeah,
change.
so 2 a.m. would be 3 a.m. All right.
So we're gonna lose an hour of sleep.
Okay. But it'll be more sunshine out there. May those Nabiscos fry.
Yeah. Yeah, they definitely gonna.
And I approve of the goddamn message.
All right, so I'm gonna hop right into this with the tangibles. So instead of 2020, it's tangibles 2026, all the way to 2100. Continue to make some tangible for your vote. So I'm gonna read this like I've been reading for the past 7 years now. Tangibles.
Yep.
So back in 2019, our good brother Tariq Nasheed, who I mentioned earlier, out of Los Angeles, California, came up with the hashtag Tangibles 2020. And in it, he was describing that we, meaning the foundational Black Americans, the sinister American slavery freedmen, the people that built this country, we're going to demand from the two-party system. So instead of 2020, it's 2026, but everything else remains the same. So we got the 2026 midterm elections coming up in November. We got the 2020.
I'm staying at home.
Yep. We got the 2027 Denver and Los Angeles elections coming up. And
the municipals.
Yes. And then we got the 2028 presidential election coming up. And foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old plus malign neglect policy that's been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms. Lumping foundational Black Americans in the groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, BIPOC, distressed, underserved, underprivileged, underrepresented, downtrodden, vulnerable, marginalized, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, like I said, 2026 for the midterms, 2027 for the local Denver and LA elections, and 2028 for the presidential elections, Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our votes. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits, specifically for us. We do not want trickle down, secondary benefits provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles. Simply the foundational Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles2020. And that's exactly what we've been doing for the past 7 years, since 2019, spreading that hashtag far and wide on social media. Salute Goddess Nabi. We got Goddess Nabi in the building.
Okay, I'm corruptible, man. I mean, I'll vote whatever, these motherfuckers give me a bribe for, $25,000, 30 grand. That way there I could put some of that off in the Brother Che's campaign for Denver for the state assembly.
Well, I'm either gonna run for city council or mayor. I haven't decided yet.
Okay. Well, whatever you do, man. Whatever you run for.
Thank you, Shabaka. I get extra time no, it's less time. Okay, Goddess Nabi said, salute Che, Shabaka, fellow mods fam. I'm gonna hang for about an hour and then I'm gonna go to sleep to adjust. Okay, thank you, Goddess Nabi, for tapping in.
Okay, but you're gonna lose an hour of actual time, but you're gonna make up for it with the daylight savings time. That's why they call it that.
Yeah, the days will be longer.
Right. And then it'll be getting hotter out here in Nevada, and I'm gonna take great pleasure in watching Nabisco's fry.
Thank you, Goddess Nabi. Appreciate you. All right, so when we're talking about tangibles, we're talking about something that's real, something with substance, something you can count, measure, feel with your own hand. Not symbolic pictures. Not the first Black this, the first Black that, a Black face in a high place. If you're going to have a Black face in a high place, they're going to have to produce something tangible for us, i.e. a check, i.e. reparations, in the form of direct lineage cash payments for past present atrocities that have been brought against our people and continue to be brought against our people in 2026. An anti-Black, anti-FBA hate crime bill, an end to qualified immunity in all 50 states, and land grants, land allotments, specifically to our lineage group. If they're not offering that, then they're not getting our vote. And then what's that amount up to now, Shabaka?
All the money that's in the Federal Reserve.
They can start with 100 trillion. They can start with 20 trillion, and then they can work up to 100 trillion. But anyway, it's in the trillions. If they're not coming up with no trillions, then waste your time.
Exactly.
State and federal level.
Right.
So we don't care if both parties collapse. We've been saying that since day one.
Yeah, they're two sides of the same coin.
And we're standing on that. And we've been standing on it for at least 7 years now.
Yes,
I've been
sir.
Independent for over 10 years now. And I haven't voted Democrat since Osamble's last term.
Right. Yep. And I voted in the last presidential election. Who did I write in against, Snoopy or Charlie Brown?
Yes, it's Snoopy or Charlie Brown. So tangible, tangible for your votes. All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on the tangibles?
Oh, absolutely. We need the tangible monies. And for all you Nabiscos out there that think, you guys are being Black racist, we are the same and all that bullshit. The only thing that the reparations money is going to do is get submerged off into the general economy. And thank God DEI is dead. And then that means we could hire every Black motherfucker out here that needs him a job or wants to learn them something and try to upgrade himself.
Deport every illegal. That's the only DEI I want to hear about.
Okay. All righty. Fuck them. And they got the audacity to think we're supposed to go out there and put our ass on the line for them again. Sorry. All you other groups, you got to go hold your own balls. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. All right, Lady Tay, what are your thoughts on the tangibles?
What you eat?
Chicken.
Yeah, but I always say, you gotta find something that's gonna agree with your interests. There's something there that don't vote, don't hold your vote. I mean, what do you're not voting for? You're not voting for your health. You're voting for interests. So
Hey, Michael.
you gotta make sure that there's something for your interest that's tangible that you know that you can receive in a reasonable fashion. Right now, currently, is the way it stands. There's nothing coming out of either side that's tangible. It's just a bunch of fluff, word salad, double talk, platitudes, things like that. It's not very tangible. This is what they usually say. And
Okay.
you know, like we go to the what?
Goddess Nabi says she hope you're feeling better.
Oh yeah. I have like since I had this surgery on my stomach about a year ago, I have to be watching when I eat stuff, and sometimes whatever it is doesn't sit well, and it poisons me. So G, Jesse, and my brother can eat the same food, but I'll be the only one that's sick.
Facts.
You see what I'm saying? So it's not them, whatever they're doing, it's like they're usually Jesse cooking, or my brother might work on something, but we both got the best cleaning habits when it comes to cooking food. So it's just me. I don't know what's wrong with it, but at the end of the month we'll find out after a little procedure done. So yeah, right now I got it's like the same thing I had last week. Food poisoning, stomach poisoning. It's like having a bug in your system. Thank you, appreciate it. Really good. Thank you. Back to the tangibles real quick. Tangibles. Currently, right now, this way it's looking, there isn't really any tangibles coming out of either side. And if you saw, I don't want to get too far ahead of the broadcast with what the topics are, but there isn't really anything going on. And now with this with the new war that we're in, it's not going to be any tangibles coming out. And if there were anyway, we were promised a whole bunch of shit, and we didn't get it yet. So I doubt that we're going to see it this term either. So sit on the couch there, just keep an eye on it. We got a little bit of time before our local elections. You got a little time to figure out the new people that are going to be asking for your vote, and what they offer, and their policies, and what you demand, and what you want, and how you're going to go about getting it. So we have a little bit of time. But I recommend everybody listen to me towards the end.
What are we supposed to do with our vote?
You seriousness? Hold your vote like you hold your spiller, or hold your vote like you hold your babies at night.
Okay, thank you, Lady Chain. So yeah, continue to make something tangible for your vote, Black family. All the way between now and 2100. We said from the very beginning it's going to be a marathon, not a sprint, and we're in it for the long haul. So if that means the Democrats got to lose 2 more election cycles, so be it. We made them lose in 2024. We can make them lose this November as well, and we can make them lose in 2028.
And real quick to his point, there was just one loss currently on the board, and I like to say I feel like we've done that.
Yeah, Jasmine probably said.
So if we know we can do that, then we can also make this happen for the other side as well. So maybe we don't have to go with the vote red or blue. We just have to go for the who's going to provide to our Black interests immediately.
And if neither one of the parties is doing that, then don't waste your time voting for them.
Yeah, just sit at home and watch it.
Pretty much.
That's pretty much what we did.
But those are our demands. If you're not offering us nothing tangible like I just outlined, there's no point in voting. And all the shame blaming and explaining, all the finger wagging, all your ancestors died for you to have the right to vote, all that nonsense. Our ancestors died for us to have liberation and freedom. They died voting would be the way toward that.
Right. And it's not also too. Can't we keep blaming black men for abroad losing the campaign? Okay.
They did it with Kamala. Now they're doing the same playbook with Jasmine Croccett.
Women didn't like her either.
Right.
From the jump, I've been saying that.
Well, you're welcome, Goddess Number.
You did, so I didn't like her either from the jump. It's not just black men. She didn't sit good with black women either, especially when she was doing too much. Well, we wouldn't think it's too much. You know what I mean?
And I still stand with Janet Jackson. That woman is not black, and even if she was, she's not black first.
She said, that's what I heard. That's what she said. I heard that.
Mm-hmm.
In a little baby Janet Jackson voice. That's what I heard.
Yeah. I heard she's Indian or something. She making collard greens in the bathtub. She cleaning collard greens in the bathtub. What FBA?
Damn.
Shit like that. We don't.
Nobody. We don't take.
We don't put our food in the bathroom. We don't do that there. Cruz said Kamala's not black. Exactly. Janet is black and Indian. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what Cruz said.
No, it's just they're Choctaw. They're part Choctaw, Shabaka. That's actually true.
Carry on.
The Jacksons are part Native or Indian. So yeah, that's the tangibles. Continue to mess up the tangible for your vote, black family, all the way between now and 2100. They're not offering nothing at the local, state, and federal level, like I just outlined. Vote couch, write in Mickey Mouse, write in reparations, like I did in 2023.
Right in the left stroke.
But don't waste your
time. Okay, Cruz say Kamala's not even African descent. Yeah, she's Brahma.
Yeah, she's Brahmin Indian.
We know.
Yeah. What are them? And them motherfuckers look at everybody else like us, like as untouchables. I went up against a couple of them bastards, and you will have your hands full.
Yeah, she's a Jamaican Coolie Indian.
Doesn't matter. We were using that as an example.
East Indian.
You gotta let it go. We were using it as an example about black men always being blamed for when women don't get into office. That's what I was talking about. So carry on.
All right, so moving along to another casualty of FBA. Jasmine Croccett. Jasmine and Jasmine is failed Senate race. So I got several videos queued up for that. The first one is from the good professor. Shout out to Professor Blacc.
Shit!
What happened, Shabaka?
Okay, now I'm up here trying to share this link, man, and the page hop. Okay, I'm sorry, my bad.
Yeah, just copy and paste it, Shabaka. And if you got an outburst, just go on mute. So we can hear everything.
Yeah.
We can hear the typing, we can hear everything.
Oh, you hear the typewriter?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
All right, so I've been listening to Professor Blacc for over 10 years. He's definitely a prophet of our time, because everything he has said has come to pass. So shout out to Professor Blacc. Make sure y'all check him out if you haven't already. Yeah, somebody got two races.
nigger, pow, ping. Oh, sorry, Mr. Black Man. I got my mind right.
So up here on Jasmine Croccett.
Just said you have to have an outburst. Call you.
Failed Senate race.
A moment of truth. As many of you know, there's a Texas Senate race this year. Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. As many of you know, there's a Texas Senate race this year, and last night was the primary. Jasmine Croccett has done the most to boost her own profile in anticipation of this. Actually, she was looking for any sort of office that would be higher than the House of Representatives, and the Senate was the first thing that came up since the Texas Republicans redrew the district map. She spent a lot of years getting into spitball fights with the likes of Marjorie Taylor Greene and every Trump official who's ever come before her. This is the classic playbook a number of people have used to try to elbow their way into the news cycle. Barack Obama did it successfully, Ron DeSantis not so much. And last night it finally came time for the big game. Jasmine Croccett was going to be going into a primary against some guy named Tallarico. I say some guy named Tallarico because most people didn't even know who this guy was until about 6 or so months ago. And yet he has absolutely taken off like a rocket. Not with a little help from the Democrats, though. So the night began as you would expect. Jasmine Croccett or her opponent were in the lead, depending on what poll you were looking at. But in this piece, MS Now reveals the cynical strategy Crockett's relying on.
There's a lot of suspense here in this Democratic race. There has been polling that's shown Croccett ahead. There's been polling that's shown her ahead comfortably. There's been polling that has shown Tallarico ahead here. So no one really knows what to expect here, but a couple dynamics are pretty clear in the polling. One is that Croccett is doing extremely well with the Black vote. About 1 out of 5 votes in this primary are going to come from Black voters. Her political base is around Dallas. That's where her congressional district is. And there's a lot of Black votes in that area in particular. So can she run up the score there? Tallarico's political base is right here around Austin. He's in the state legislature. He's doing well, very well with white voters in polling, particularly white college educated voters. So, a lot of the area around Austin there, you see a lot of those types of voters. I think the Houston area is going to be a big sort of swing area in this primary tomorrow. And I think it's Hispanic voters. There's been polling that has shown Tallarico way up with Hispanic voters. There has been polling that's shown Croccett ahead with Hispanic voters. That's, I think, the big wild card here. How is the Hispanic vote going to break? Take a look at El Paso, a good chunk of votes out there. Take a look all in South Texas along the border, up into the coastal bend here. I think how the Hispanic vote breaks may end up being what determines this primary tomorrow.
Hands up if you didn't see this one coming. It's basically the Lone Star version of Obama's campaign strategy. Count on overwhelming Black support simply because, but make sure to pander to everybody else like immigrants and do the most to show that that's who you're going to be producing results for. Except in this instance, they just came right out and said it. The tragedy of the Black vote is not that it swings to one party overwhelmingly. For a minority population, that's how you make yourself a swing vote. So it's important to have all of your ducks in a row and everybody going in the same direction. The tragedy, however, is that Black voters never attach demands to our vote. We turn out to the polls for feelings and vibes, no tangibles required. We need to exercise political maturity. A Black face on the ballot means nothing if it's not coming with Black policies. Yes, Jasmine Crockett's going to pander to immigrants the same way Karen Bass did in Los Angeles. And you can bet that she's going to be offering Hispanics more than just some sass and a few one-liners aimed at the Trump administration. It's already a hard sell to get the Hispanic community to get behind a Black candidate, and it becomes impossible if that Black candidate does not tell them exactly what they're going to get. Now, I decided to watch the returns of the primary election as things got underway, and looking at it, it was deja vu all over again. It reminded me of Kamala Harris's 2024 defeat. Tallarico took the lead from the very start and never let go. For the most part, as the hours went by, you just watched Jasmine Crockett's vote tally begin to stall and her percentage of the vote slowly begin to drop. Hell, even the third guy in the race, who nobody heard of, had his own numbers go up a little bit and he wasn't even in it. And in due time, it was all over but the crying. Well, at least she made it competitive, but the truth is Democrats didn't want Jasmine Croccett to be in the Senate. This Tallarico guy, he only began his campaign about 6 months ago, and he can talk all he wants about having a grassroots campaign, but we know better. As soon as it became clear to a number of DNC leaders that Croccett was actually going to be running for a higher office, they began their little whisper campaign against her. They started taking shots at her through the white media, like that hit piece The Atlantic did about her last year, where they claimed that even her own staffers weren't fans of hers. When this Tallarico guy went on Colbert and Trump objected to it, that told me the fix was in. Everybody knows the orange man is petty as a pancake, and yet for this Tallarico guy, he was ready to go ballistic on this man. A man who, truth be told, I didn't know if he ever said anything even critical of Trump. Now, you would have thought that Trump would have lost his mind when Jasmine Croccett went on Colbert, but that wasn't it. It was Tallarico's appearance there that made the orange man say, what about the fairness doctrine, etc., etc. Tallarico's profile shot through the roof as a result of all the attention that he got from that. And since nothing happens in a vacuum under white supremacy as I see it, Democrats were playing along with the narrative that Tallarico was the guy who Trump didn't want to win, that Trump had it in for this guy. And if Trump really hates this guy, that means the voters ought to love him, right? As I saw it, that whole incident was meant to benefit Tallarico because when Jasmine Croccett went on Colbert, Trump and his pals didn't raise any stink about that at all. What's called for here is a political reconfiguration, where the Black base of the party is prioritized. But that's exactly what the Democrats want to avoid. They just keep running the same play over and over again. Let's see if we can win a big election, but do it without Black support. Black voters need someone who's going to be standing up for a Black agenda, not somebody who's trying to be some sassy boss babe on Capitol Hill. That's the lesson that Jasmine Croccett failed to learn. We can add that to the entire dictionary of things that she needs to learn. Obviously, you're going to have the predictable comparisons to Kamala Harris and the shea butter ski-wee constituency of voters who say that they're going to be butthurt, but truth be told, they're both right and wrong. They'll be complaining that the voters don't like Black women. Well, in this case, they got the Black part right. Her being a woman was irrelevant. What a shame she never seemed to figure that out. The roly-poly rump contingent will be blaming Texas Republicans on the one hand and the Black grassroots on the other, as usual. But the ones that they ought to be blaming are Democrats. They sat on their hands for over 20 years for every attack the Republicans have launched on Black voters and even on Black elected officials, like the so-called emergency manager law in Michigan, or the orgy of redrawing the voter district maps that the Republicans have been carrying out. Democrats wanted to teach Republicans that there would be no penalty for attacking Black voters or even their own Black Democratic politicians, that it was a victimless crime. The most outrageous unconstitutional laws would only be responded to if it affected non-Black voters. That was the message the Democrats wanted to get across to the Republicans. It was open season on Black folks any way they wanted. Because after all, if Black people are spending all of their time fending off these Republican attacks, they won't have the time or inclination to actually make demands of the Democrats. That was the would-be 4D chess they were trying to play. Yes, Democrats retaliated for the redrawing of district lines that Republicans have done, but only for the purpose of increasing the representation of non-Black politicians in Congress. Democrats can easily come together to push a nationwide protective agenda for abortion or for gay marriage, but when it comes to Black people, even their own bought and paid for bootlicks, they can never get anything going. It's always the old, "we tried." And Republicans are continuing to capitalize on this. Previously, voting in Dallas County was done county-wide. You could vote at any polling place in the county so long as you didn't vote more than once. But Republicans in Texas, as part of their campaign to stay out of their own political graves, they changed the rules on that, and now they've made it where Dallas voters have to go to specific polling places to vote. Obviously, this was meant to cause confusion, which is exactly what it did. So yesterday, when voting was well underway, a Dallas judge issued an order that would have kept Dallas polls open until 9 o'clock p.m. so that more people in Dallas County would have a chance to figure out where they were actually supposed to be voting at and be able to cast their ballots. But the notoriously corrupt Attorney General of Texas, Ken Paxton, who is on the ballot himself running for the Senate, will benefit from less people voting in Dallas, so he asked his cronies on the Texas Supreme Court to strike down that order, claiming that he wasn't given the required notice. Dallas is Jasmine Crockett's home base. Sure, she got beat by 8 percentage points or so in the primary, but the reality is if she had won, it would have been a razor-thin margin no matter what. So she needed every vote that she could get. The Texas Supreme Court's ruling hurt her, and it's going to have downstream effects for Democrats come the November elections. What's next for Jasmine Croccett at this point? Assuming she can hold on to her House seat, she'll try to stay there, but if she can't, she'll do like Jim Clyburn's boy, Jamie Harrison, and try to become a party operative in the hierarchy of the DNC. And you can bet she'll be trying to pull a Pete Buttigieg and audition for a cabinet position in some future Democratic administration. And if all else fails, expect to see her wash up on the putrid shores of MS Now or CNN and try to become a panelist there. Hell, I wouldn't even rule out her trying to hang out with Roly-Poly Martin in that broom closet of his. Believe it or not, Jasmine Crockett's big mouth isn't the reason that I don't like her. It's that she only runs her mouth to promote herself or some non-FBA constituency. She has no problem whatsoever sounding off, no problem getting into ugly spats on camera, and no problem being the loudest and wrongest person in the room with her rhetoric. And that's fine by me, but this is all about improving her own position, not ours. And that's the problem. If somebody wants to say the old, well, they can't publicly get out there and talk the way that the Blacc Media does, that kind of a stance would only, and I want to emphasize there's one circumstance under which this might be acceptable, it would only be acceptable if that person had reached out to the Black grassroots from the time that they first considered running. I don't necessarily need a candidate for high office to be repeating all of our talking points on the campaign trail. That is, if they've already come to us behind closed doors and privately reassured us that they're with the program. Now, I didn't say that they don't have to do it or that I don't want them to. What I'm saying is the only way that I would accept them not doing it is if they've gone ahead and made sure to give us the necessary assurances that they know which side their bread's buttered on. You see, this is what these white candidates do. From Mitt Romney to Hillary Clinton, both of them got caught on secret recordings telling their rich donors to ignore the positions that they took on camera when speaking to the public. They told them, well, that's just what we have to say to get the rubes to vote for us. Both Hillary Clinton and Mitt Romney were caught talking like that. So if someone's talking one way publicly, but the exact opposite in private, I'm fine with that, so long as it's my interests that are being spoken about in private, because we all know it's those private conversations that show what their real positions are. Problem is, the Jasmine Croccetts haven't done that, and they're not going to. And it's not a votes issue with her. It's about staying in the good graces of the white power structure that she's depending on for her political future. Well, as she found out last night, the road to higher office runs through the Black community. And if you're one of those people who thinks that they can afford to ignore the Black grassroots interest, then what you'll find is, more than likely, you won't have a political future. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Arlaz, DPB79, Kiko Hayes, Robert Dobson, and Amir Ree. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
That's right, Professor. So as nearly full of junior taught us, when white supremacy is done with its tools, it breaks its tools.
It smashes them.
Is the latest tool that got broken. Crockett's mouth could be, but to be used for better use, yeah.
Yeah, it is. And once again, you know, as I've always said, Brother Che on the Serioso, is that, you see, this is why we got to take advantage of the dumpster, getting rid of DEI to build up these Black businesses. You see what I'm saying? Hiring our own people. So therefore, that then we can go handpick our own political candidates. You see what I'm saying? Because politicians are prostitutes, okay? So we would have to go after somebody young. You know, I would say, man, you know, in your age group, you know, that want to do the right thing, what have you, before they're pre-corruptible. Not saying that you're corruptible, but I'm talking about overall. You say before they're pre-corruptible, and then, you know, to shore up that corruption, you see. And this is why I always keep advocating is that dumpers raising these tariffs, don't buy the shit, okay? Do not buy the shit, okay? Is because when that inventory,
don't buy the non-essentials.
Exactly, the non-essentials, and yes, sir. And this is how we could show up our own resources for our own essential products for ourselves and fuck these other groups.
Yep, I agree, Shabaka. What are your thoughts, Lady Shay?
Yeah, she wasn't doing that great.
Now, I agree with you on that one, Crew.
Her debate skills with that guy wasn't that good. She could have done better. Sounded like she's trying to plead to the people. She's asking for a vote. It didn't come out that good. It was going to be a loss when she was behaving like it was a loss. It just shows that they haven't given a damn about her since Kamala was running for office, and they can use her to stump for Kamala. So they really haven't given a damn about Jasmine Crockett. They let her kind of burn herself out by getting on all those top platforms and whatnot, making her think that she's bigger than what she is. So yeah, that's what I'm saying.
All right, thank you, Lady Shay. Yeah, Jasmine Crockett shit that she had this one in the bag. She thought she had the Black vote in the bag, and she thought she had the Latino vote in the bag. And the Latino showed her, no, we're not supporting you. So we're going to dive into that even further. But first, let's find out why she lost from Black Alpha Network. Shout out to Black Alpha Network. Make sure y'all check them out if you haven't already. It's from one of his spaces he did a couple days ago.
Jasmine, Croccett, her whole team is basically throwing her and her wig, as you say, under the bus. What do you see going forward as far as the Democrats? What do you see for their future going forward once that happens with her? Because I'm seeing her people out there crying. Somebody they love her, but they can't vote for her. Like, what do you see in the future for the Democrats?
I think they're going to lose consistently. It's going to go right back to reality. And that is, this is a struggling, almost defunct party. What I believe, you're not going to win consistently pushing immigration on the people. You lost an election based on that. They're still doing the same outdated things. You're still getting celebrities. You're still pretending to talk with the black folks. Black folks ain't rocking with you. No one's acknowledging you. The Democrats are down bad right now. The primaries are really where they're going to start getting whooped. That's really where it's going to happen because they're a struggling party. Who do they have? Who's their future? Who do the Democrats have? Gavin Newsom was the person that they were all hoping for. And Gavin Newsom will never be able to recover from the fiasco of those wildfires that occurred. Then he just made that statement the other day about black people. He's also blocked reparations out there in California. So there will be no black vote for him. And not to mention all the other scandals that he had, like how he cheated with a staffer way back in the day, which that's going to get unearthed even higher once a primary election occurs.
I told you that, and I did not tell you that.
Karen Bass gone. Westmore doesn't exist. Kamala Harris, they're begging her to come back. The Republicans.
That's what I'm saying. Do you think they trying to check our temperature by putting me? Because I see they tried to have some AOC and Kamala 2028, and then they tried to push, like you said, Gavin Newsom, as Trump called him, but that's a done data. Like, do you think they just trying to do these chess pieces and put people out there who they think is going to catch on? Because I think it's done for them. Because who do they have?
Oh, man, this brings me back to what you were just saying 10 minutes ago. Delineation has got to the point now where the Democrats have nowhere to go in terms of putting up candidates. There's a civil war that's going on in the Democratic Party, and it's rooted out of supremacy. Now, I understand political COOs, they don't want to address this, but I'm going to address it. There's a hell of a lot of Democrats who want the Democratic Party to go back to being all white. See, the Democrats invested in all of these colored people because that's how they thought they were going to get Black Americans to continue to vote. And Black Americans, we started saying through delineation, we ain't colored folks, we Black. And then they said, well, this guy's Black. No, he's not. He's a mop, a melanated other person. So Black Americans exposing all of these tethers has did deep damage to the Democratic Party, damage in which they will never be able to come back from. Take James Carville. James Carville came out and he said he wants Omar to get the hell out of the Democratic Party. And trust me, he represents the majority of white folks in the political establishment. They're tired of sharing their party with Jamaicans. They're tired of sharing their party with Haitians. They're tired of sharing their party with Africans. The Democrats want to go back to the Democratic Party being all W's. They don't want to play this game no more. Because think about this, fam. Where on the planet Earth, particularly in America, can a melanated person stand next to a W other than the Democratic Party? See, the Republicans are white, and all of their tethers know better. So they stay in their little role. The Democratic tethers, they want to run for vice president. They want to run for president. They want to be the top dog, the head honcho. That's a little bit too much diversity in the system of supremacy. And trust me when I tell you, you got some Democrats who saying, we ain't voting for the Democratic Party as long as this Democratic Party got all these damn melanated people. Trust me, Democrats want the Democratic Party to look just like the Republican Party. They want it to be all Lily W ass people. And no one talked about it during the last election. Why do you think Donald Trump won in a landslide? It's because a lot of W's said, we're not voting for the Jamaican woman, the Indian woman. See, fam, they try to blame Black Americans for not voting for Kamala. Family, a lot of W's didn't vote for Kamala because they said they don't want the Democratic Party being that way. White Democrats are tired of sharing their party with melanated people. This is why James Carville's tripping out every time you see him, left and right. Absolutely. Yeah, good point in the chat. I see you. When you say that all of our politicians are going to be melanated foreigners, and then our number one policy is going to be for illegal immigrants, melanated foreigners, your average W Democrat ain't going for it. So you know what he's doing? He's saying, I didn't leave the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party left me. And he goes and votes for MAGA. I told everybody, I said, MAGA has switched over, and a lot of Democrats have become MAGA. Now, as a matter of fact, when me and Marcel Dixon went to go at a Trump rally, and that's when I told you I met Kristi Noem, a guy was behind me and Marcel, and he told me, he said, hey, man, white guy, old white guy. He said, it's not just black folks who are done with the Democrats. A lot of white people ain't voting Democrat no more. He said, my family from New York vote Democrat for the last 50 years. He said, they're all voting for Donald Trump now. So a lot of them are changing their parties because they're not sharing their party no more with Roland Martin. Let me ask you a question, sister. You take a random Democrat from Topeka, Kansas, a random Democrat from St. Louis, Missouri, a random Democrat from Lansing, Michigan. Do you think they really want to share their party with Roland Martin or Wes Moore or Barack Obama? You notice how much the liberals turned on Barack Obama?
That's right. No, they do not want to share with Roland Bergertom Martin. No, they don't.
Grimace Martin. So you're right, sister. That is where the change is coming from. And there's going to be a whitewashing of the Democratic Party, which is only going to make the Democrats crash out more. And that's all because of delineation. Shout out to us.
In regards to that Ilhan Omar, and it just confirms what you and I said about those concessions. Do you see the difference in the energy when they was running her down, when it was at the height of them exposing the Leering Center and all the fraud in Minnesota, and how her energy was changing going through them hallways versus the other day how she was screaming at Trump at the State of the Union? So it just confirms what you and I said, that concessions was definitely made because the energy is definitely different. And the Republicans, they see that, and now they trying to ignite it again, because at one point they were signing petitions, get her up out of here, deport her up out of here. Now they just want her up out of here, period. Because did you see her at the State of the Union, how she was screaming at Trump?
I seen that. You notice the W liberal never puts on the cape for their fellow liberal melanated people. They was letting people press her when they be running up on her down. You never see no W liberal step in and say, hey, don't do that. Let me tell you something. Thinking you a friend with a W liberal, you always find out the hard way. Their love is supremacy, not melanated people. So I seen that. I seen the concessions. I seen the way they treat them. The biggest thing right now that no one talks about, which me and you have addressed this before, the liberals have absolutely positively turned on Barack Obama. I'm talking about the liberals. They cannot stand Obama because they used him and they rode his wave, and now they disposed of him. They don't give a damn. When all of the Republicans say all those things about Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, do you ever hear any of their liberal friends defend them? They don't say nothing. That lets you know they throwing them under the bus. Good.
It's real good too, because we know when he was in office, you know, who he did everything for. So absolutely good for him that they turning on him. Specifically that Jasmine Croccett, the slow sheep I seen out there campaigning for her, and she out here doing the same thing that they done for decades. She got Cardi B out here. She got Method Man, Kelly Rowland, and it's the same old. But I just told you the last thing that they call themselves pushing for us, which is that HR 40 no study bill. And I want to talk about this before I forget. And I want you to break down what is the differences. Going back to the Haitian that called us dirty Black Americans, and the previous Haitian that was on Croccett Media that said that we don't have no culture. So I want to just ask you, what do you think all of these podcasts have in common? You got No Jumper with Adam 22. We know his get down. You got the Grits and Eggs with Deontay. You got the Croccett Media. They're the ones that let two Haitians come on their platform. You got the Shade Room, that Angelica Nwandu, whatever, some African lady, she owned that. You got the Breakfast Club. You got the Daily Wrap Up crew. We're going to add Dr. Umar in there. Remember, they had Dr. Kubar on their podcast, Chastising Black Men. Meanwhile, you a deadbeat dad. They let Nick Fuentes come on their show and spew his rhetoric. No pushback. Then you got the grits and eggs with Deontay Kyle. He spend all his time talking about FBA. And we already know he aligned with the Democrats because he got a love affair with Conscious Fleet. The Shade Room, all they do is promote content that harm our community, and they always talking about the sisters. They always trying to start gender wars on their platform. And also, I'm going to add the Breakfast Club in there because they let Biden come on their platform and tell us that if we don't vote for him, we're not Black. So could you tell us, Black Alpha, what do all of those podcasts have in common?
If you remember when we were just breaking down the African Union and their fake ass wannabe reparations that they ain't ever gonna get, one of the things that was involved and inserted into their reparations plan was about AI and digital media, about all these digital media people who are getting paid. If you look at every single person that you just named and all of their disrespectful podcasts, every last one of those folks have the same message. So when you see all these different tethers all having Democratic affiliations and they're all speaking the same thing, that's exactly what's happening. Now you're starting to get into the AI and the digital media aspect to where they're cutting a lot of these digital media content creators the bag because the old Democratic shills that they would put on national television, we got all of their asses fired. Okay, shout out to Joyless Reed. Okay, you've been jobless, Reed, too, because we got your ass fired. Roland Martin, hell, he done been fired 57 damn times. We done fired all of these people. They mean nothing. You have to understand that the system right now is very, very desperate because they're starving. If you look right now at the old guard, the Al Sharptons, the Jesse Jacksons, the John Lewises, Mother Nature and Father Time have taken care of them. They're irrelevant. The pastors and the deacons, nobody gives a damn what they got to say. So then you got to move on to the next era of the Democratic shield, tethers, tethercrats. We've rendered all of them useless. So the only thing they have left now are these digital content creators. So this is why they start going to these individuals, giving them the bag and making them spew things. They all share an anti-Black American message and all trying to low-key tell us to stop delineating. That's what it's really about. They want foundational Black Americans to stop delineating, and that is the message that is within every single thing that all of them say. So you could already tell where it's coming from. It's coming from the Democratic establishment. This is why they always go get them some tethers. They always go get them some shills, illegal immigrant rights, and they'll always be telling Black Americans how wrong we are. They don't never talk about things that affect Black people. Think about all those podcasts. They don't never talk about education or economics or enforcement. They don't talk about brothers and sisters going to college, getting grants. They don't ever talk about any of that. It's always Black folks bad, immigrants good. Black folks bad, starburst good. So you could already tell it's the same exact propaganda that they've been pushing. The problem that they have is that you got people like me out here in these streets, and the youth are more indicative of what I'm saying opposed to all these other individuals. They talk about the Daily Rapper crew. If those guys walk down the street right now, you couldn't pick them out. If you went and got any of these little shills and put them in a lineup, no one would know who the hell they are. That's why Tariq posted that Deontay Kyle guy trying to speak to a bunch of kids, and the kids were sleeping. Now Black Alpha show up, it's on and popping. We got rid of the old guard. We got rid of their new generation of shills and tethers, and now they're going to the digital people. Nobody gives a damn. And it shows you the desperation. And one thing that we did is that we uncovered where all the money's coming from, and we did that during the last election. During the last election, we was pulling out all the think tanks. We pulled out that Roland Martin was getting paid. And by the way, Roland must have breezed through all that money at Longhorn Steakhouse. Trust me, he took that Kamala money, and family, it didn't get past that night. Roland went to an all-you-can-eat buffet 15 times. And this is just before
Strike me as the burger dude, the burger.
I know Roland running around here talking about something. I don't care what y'all say about my weight or my hairline. No, you do, because you wouldn't have talked about it. But I know what you do care about. You care about a double Whopper with cheese, Roland, and as many as you can get your ashy ass hands on. Right. So we've deemed all of these people irrelevant. Let me tell you like this. You don't want to play the game of influence, not with the regulators. You don't want to play the game of influence with certified Black society, you don't want to play that game. You're going to have to step it up or you're going to have to go broke. And that's initially what it's going to be. And I like it. Keep on paying all these labels. Keep on paying all these losers. Keep on dishing out the bag, because you know what's going to end up happening is that they're going to keep paying these people. We're going to keep saying F them people, and the youth are going to gravitate towards us. And next thing you know, they're going to do the same thing to these new content creators that they did to Joyless Reed. They're going to say, what the hell are we paying you for? I done broke off the bag to y'all folks, and you can't get Black people to go turn out. So therefore, you ain't getting paid more. We're going to put them all out of business the same way we put the last ones out of business, and we'll keep putting them out of business because certified foundational Black Americans are standing on business.
Yeah, that's right, Black Alpha. Shout out to Black Alpha. So as we said, the Democrats is losing influence. They ain't got the posts no more. They can't explain to us on why we should vote for them. So now they're crashing out. So this next video is about them crashing out. They losing their freaking mind. These Democrats. So on your screen there's a Democrat. I don't know if she's a tether or not, but she is crashing out behind Jasmine Croccett, losing. So shout out to Brother George out of Philly, Street Media TV. He's going to give us an update on Jasmine Croccett and the Democrats have lost FBA support, and Latinos have basically abandoned them.
This is not America! Okay, I'm so upset. I cannot believe this is happening to our country. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. All y'all. Shame. Shame on you guys. This is ridiculous. You're going to do whatever you can to
lady, get your ugly ass the fuck up out of here.
You already gerrymandered everything. And you just got to make it worse. You just got to make it harder, huh? That's okay.
This morning, I cried into my husband's arms because I fully believe that people don't help Black women. They never would. They never will. And even as far as like doctors, nurses, it's scary to be a Black woman. It's scary to be a smart Black woman, you know, in Texas. I woke up scared. I cried hard. And then I sat down with my feelings. And then I sent a message to the people who are still in my Discord, just telling them to, you know, don't feel hopeless. We did our part. We told people to get out there. We told people to vote. We told people to please trust someone other than what we've been trying. You know what I mean? I told them to, you know, feel your feelings, but don't forget to get back up and keep moving, okay? I told them that there's beauty out there. I've seen it. I've experienced it. I've even sent beauty out there. You know what I mean? Beauty is out there. Not everyone hates you. I promise you, not everybody hates you, even though it feels like it. No one hates you, okay?
Well, it looks like Jasmine Croccett lost down there. She was running for the U.S. Senate. She lost to James Tyler Rico down there in Texas. And you know, she's saying that she's getting a lawsuit. She's blaming it on the W man and W supremacy. And she's saying that the Republicans, because they were gerrymandering, basically, you know, just there's a whole bunch of stuff going on. And when people went to vote, they didn't really know where to go vote. There was confusion. You had a woman who worked as a poll monitor for the Texas Civil Rights Project in Williams County. She said people were going into places to polls to vote, and they were being turned away, right? So basically, the Democrats are saying that this was sabotage. Now, this was for the Democrat, and this was during the Democratic primary to see who was going to run, and he ruled out, right? She was on there crying, you know, she's upset. You know, she didn't want to concede, but she finally conceded, but she's on there talking about this now.
What crying, lady? You full of shit.
6 years ago, no one believed that I could become a state representative. We were outspent 5-1.
Lady, take your ass to Los Angeles, California, and go bed lunch in Hollywood. You might have
there were
a better
couple
chance.
of organizations, progressive organizations, They were like, this is our candidate. We want to go with the one that the establishment does not want. One of the main organizations, and they all lined up together. They did. One of the main organizations was stopped. People said there's no way she's gonna win. 6 years later. Yeah. Woo!
Hey, for all you stupid motherfuckers out there believing this bullshit, I got a bridge in San Francisco. I sell it to you real cheap. Just give me $1,000.
I went from being
It's
the
called
kid
Golden Gate Bridge.
that no one thought could do it, who was out there hustling, knocking
Fuck it,
doors,
give me $2,000.
putting
I'll
door
throw in
handles
the
at the
Hollywood
apartment
sign in LA
complexes,
too.
doing everything that I could.
Bye,
We were in the midst of
Felicia.
George Floyd.
Bye, Felicia.
No,
Bye, Felicia.
there was a runoff because I was number 2. I wasn't number 1.
We're about to file a lawsuit to keep the voting polls open. The polls were supposed to stay open
And
until
I hope
9.
the lawyers get in your
according to
pocket.
the court order. The Supreme Court, just a few minutes ago, just said shut it down. The Supreme Court also said that they are to separate any votes out that came in after 7 p.m. We, in my opinion, will not know the election results overall tonight.
Now, again, she's called sabotage. Remember, a lot of black people go the wrong way with the Democratic Party, their policies, and a lot of things that Jasmine Crockett will push. Now, the thing is, I'm all for women's rights and support the sisters and everything, but I don't like the way that she was carrying herself. I believe this is just my opinion when it comes to Jasmine Crockett. I believe that she actually exemplifies all the stereotypes outward. Now, I know she's a highly educated woman, very intelligent, but when she gets up there and she starts to howling and screaming and hooping and doing all that stuff, right? You give our enemy, our open enemy, the W man and his people, carte blanche to say, look at these people. I believe that she's educated enough to handle herself a certain way, right? And some things that she say out in the open, she shouldn't say because you rub people the wrong way. Right. And I believe that it was bad strategy. And a lot of people that don't like what I'm saying now, look, she's not going to make it. It's not just the fact that they cheated; they always cheat. This country is built on gangsters, man, cowboys and pirates. They come and take what they want.
Pretty much.
Right? By using a pen or
Hell,
by
I've
force.
been saying that for
So
10
you
years.
know that, right? You can't go out there and carrying on the way that she carries on. It's not going to work. She has to have a better strategy. But let's look at what CBS Texas was reporting.
And in the Democratic primary for U.S. Senate, the votes were counted overnight, and State Representative James Tallarico is the projected winner over Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett after taking almost 53% of the vote. We have team coverage with reporters on both of these races, also results from District 33, having its first election since Texas redrew district lines. We want to begin, though, with our Lacey Bees.
California.
Now, James Tallarico will be the winner for the Democratic primary for U.S. Senate here in Texas. His opponent, Jasmine Crockett, conceded this morning. And this comes after she pushed to keep the polls open here in Dallas County after there was some voter confusion. Take a listen to both candidates.
Every vote must be counted. Every voice must be heard. The voter suppression in my home county and in Congresswoman Crockett's home county underscores the gravity of this moment. Tonight, the people of our state gave this country a little bit of hope. And a little bit of hope is a dangerous thing.
We were able to keep the polls open, but I can tell you now that people have been disenfranchised. Unfortunately, this is what Republicans like to do. And so they specifically targeted Dallas County, and I think we all know why.
Crockett says, quote, "This morning I called James and congratulated him on becoming the Senate nominee. Texas is primed to turn blue, and we must remain united because this is bigger than any one person. This is about the future of all 30 million Texans and getting America back on track. With the primary behind us, Democrats must rally around our nominees and win. I'm committed to doing my part and will continue working to elect Democrats up and down the ballot, end quote. After being named the projected winner, Tallarico released a statement saying, quote, "We're about to take back Texas." Next, he'll face off against the winner with the Republican Senate race, and that's either John Cornyn or Ken Paxton. Reporting in Dallas, Lacey Beasley, CBS News, Texas.
You guys haven't seen it. You guys got to look at Governor Governor Abbott's comments on Jasmine Crockett. Now you know the W man is a snake, and he's up there with that grin in his face, and he's going in on Jasmine Crockett. And a lot of our people play right into the hands of these people. Now, I don't support Jasmine Crockett one bit because I don't like her policies. I don't like the things that she supports. I'm totally against that stuff, man.
There was nothing
totally
on there
against it.
for
And a lot of black people are tired of the Democratic Party and their policies, to the point where you have black women online crying, but you also have black women that don't vote Republican, right? That won't vote liberal no more because of people like Crockett and her policies.
Jasmine Crockett's loss for the Texas Senate race last night taught the Democrats a really, really important lesson. And hopefully they'll listen. I think last night's loss taught the Democrats that we are tired of the antics. We are tired of Democrats using hip hop to pander to us. We are tired of Democrats pointing the finger at Republicans, but not actually telling us what they plan to do differently. We are tired of Democrats being loud, but not offering any loud solutions. Right. Democrats have got to focus on the things that are important to not just super leftists, because you know the super leftist people, they're going to always vote Democrat no matter what. You need to focus on the things that are going to pull in someone like me, who is a liberal, but I'm more right here on the liberal scale, okay? Not in the middle, because I'm never going to vote Republican, but I'm also going to choose the liberal that talks about the things that I care about.
Now, I want to say shout out to my young brother, the Black Alpha Network. Yeah. Man, you know, he really broke this stuff down and really went in on Jasmine Crockett and the Democratic Party and their politics, and was really explaining how the Democratic Party are tired of sharing their party with black folks. They're tired of sharing their party with black immigrants. They're tired of sharing their party with people that's not a representative of their values, and what they want is W folk. W folks and black folk are different. And they are tired of having to play in the background while black immigrants and FBA Americans just run their party. So they're going out of their way to now take their party back. And my brother eloquently broke this down, man. Shout out to the Black Alpha Network, man. Check this out.
And political COONs, they don't want to address this, but I'm going to address it. There's a hell of a lot of Democrats who want the Democratic Party to go back to being all white. See, the Democrats invested in all of these colored people because that's how they thought they were going to get black Americans to continue to vote. And black Americans, we started saying through delineation, we ain't colored folks, we black. And then they said, well, this guy's black. No, he's not. He's a mop, a melanated other person. So black Americans exposing all of these tethers has did deep damage to the Democratic Party, damage in which they will never be able to come back from. Take James Carville. James Carville came out and he said he wants Omar to get the hell out of the Democratic Party. And trust me, he represents the majority of white folks in the political establishment. They're tired of sharing their party with Jamaicans. They're tired of sharing their party with Haitians. They're tired of sharing their party with Africans. The Democrats want to go back to the Democratic Party being all W's. They don't want to play this game no more. Because think about this, fam. Where on the planet Earth, particularly in America, can a melanated person stand next to a W other than the Democratic Party? See, the Republicans are white, and all of their tethers know better. So they stay in their little role. The Democratic tethers, they want to run for vice president. They want to run for president. They want to be the top dog, the head honcho. That's a little bit too much diversity in the system of supremacy. And trust me when I tell you, you got some Democrats who saying we ain't voting for the Democratic Party as long as this Democratic Party got all these damn melanated people. Trust me, Democrats want the Democratic Party to look just like the Republican Party. They want it to be all Lily W ass people. And no one talked about it during the last election. Why do you think Donald Trump won in a landslide? It's because a lot of W said, we're not voting for the Jamaican woman. The Indian woman. See, fam, they try to blame Black Americans for not voting for Kamala. Family, a lot of W's didn't vote for Kamala because they said they don't want the Democratic Party being that way. White Democrats are tired of sharing their party with melanated people. This is why James Carville's tripping out every time you see him, left and right. Absolutely. Yeah, good point in the chat. I see you. When you say that all of our politicians are going to be melanated foreigners, and then our number one policy is going to be for illegal immigrants, melanated foreigners, your average W Democrat ain't going for it. So you know what he's doing? He's saying, I didn't leave the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party left me. And he goes and votes for MAGA. I told everybody, I said, MAGA has switched over and a lot of Democrats have become MAGA. Now, as a matter of fact, when me and Marcel Dixon went to go at a Trump rally, and that's when I told you I met Kristi Noem, a guy was behind me and Marcel, and he told me, he said, hey, man, white guy, old white guy. He said, it's not just Black folks who are done with the Democrats. A lot of white people ain't voting Democrat no more. He said, my family from New York vote Democrat for the last 50 years. He said, they're all voting for Donald Trump now. So a lot of them are changing their parties because they're not sharing their party no more with Roland Martin. Let me ask you a question, sister. You take a random Democrat from Topeka, Kansas, a random Democrat from St. Louis, Missouri, a random Democrat from Lansing, Michigan. Do you think they really want to share their party with Roland Martin or Wes Moore or Barack Obama? You notice how much the liberals turn on Barack Obama?
That's right. No, they do not want to share with Roland Bergertom Martin. No, they don't.
Grimace Martin.
After that young brother just spit, that's a mic drop. I'm so glad that we got a lot of young brothers, man, that they and sisters, man, that can articulate themselves. They can break things down. They understand the politics. They understand the players in the game. Right. And you can't play them. You can't just run anything by them. Mm. And we're seeing a resurgence of what went on in the late 80s and early 90s, right? Yeah. When we was fighting the power and in the middle of the crack era, right before they rocked us back to sleep, when we had the sister soldiers and the Lakim Shabazz, not Rakim, Lakim Shabazz, and all the brothers, man, we was out there, man, with the knowledge that we had. We was pushing forward the knowledge. And they rocked us back to sleep. But now we having a resurgence, right, with this foundational Black American movement of young brothers and sisters that's not playing.
That's not a movement.
And they coming through, man, with this knowledge, man. So shout out to the Black Alpha Network. Shout out to all those channels, man. Was the CEO and so many of them, Afro Elite. So many of these brothers, man, are starting to make their mark and make their name, man. I'm proud of y'all out there, man. Keep pushing the line forward, man. Right? So again, man, listen, Jasmine Crockett and the Democratic Party will continue to take losses, man, until they start listening. They have their agenda, that 2030 agenda, all-inclusive society, and right now it's not working. But y'all gotta let me know what y'all think. If you made it this far in the video, hit that like button, subscribe to Street Media TV.
Black News.
Like and subscribe to Frontline Black News.
Thank you, Brother George, Street Media TV for that. All right, so I got like 2 more videos on this topic. So the next one's from Tariq. We got to hear from Tariq. Democrats blame Black men for Jasmine Crockett's loser. They always got to find a way to blame us, Shabbat.
Oh yeah, man, we the scapegoats for everything. You know what I'm saying?
Subscribe. Darling Radio. Like and subscribe.
Black folks, the real reason why people did not want Jasmine Crockett to win, it isn't policy, y'all. It's not her experience and it's not her incompetence. It's about 2 things, y'all. It's race and it's gender. Because to this country, a Black person winning is already too much, y'all. But y'all put a Black woman winning, that's double the threat, double the hate. And y'all know what's even sadder and even sicker and even more sadistic? You've got Black men online tearing Jasmine down for her wigs, weave, lashes, ghetto, being loud, throwing her under the bus, doing the goddamn work of white supremacist ideology. Still competing with Black women, still trying to police them, still not realizing that her winning
It's not a loss for you. It is a win for an entire race.
Oh my God.
We throw that word around ghetto, but what exactly is ghetto? And how come it don't stick to white folks when they do the same goddamn thing? Because when black folks talk loud, dress bold, wear wigs, weave lashes, it's called unprofessional, too hood. But when white folks turn around and cosplay and do the same thing, that same behavior, it's relatable, it's authentic, it's quirky, and it's shared and it's celebrated. Same behavior, different skin, different type of judgment. So now, this backlash isn't about standards. It's about who they think is allowed to lead. And until we stop internalizing white superiority and projecting it back on black women, we'll keep sabotaging our own race.
All right, we're back in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all can hear me. Everything is good. That's gravy. That's good. And don't forget, family, go to hiddencolors6.com. We are at 60K right now. We're at 60K. We're doing good. We need everybody to take it over the top.
That's Blacc.
To reach our goal on Kickstarter. Everybody to make Hidden Color 6 happen. This is the most important film of the decade, ladies and gentlemen. We need Hidden Color 6 now more than ever. We got to change the game with this thing.
Yes, I remember that episode.
And that can only happen when you, the family, gets involved. So we need you at hiddencolor6.com. Go to hiddencolor6.com, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man. A lot of stuff we got to discuss. You know, the first thing we have to discuss, ladies and gentlemen, the first thing we got to discuss, y'all girl Jasmine Croccett. Jasmine Croccett. Jasmine Croccett was running for office down there in Texas. And what was the guy she was going up against? James, what is his last name?
Rico.
What is that man's last name?
Rico.
What's the guy's last name?
Rico.
Help me out in the room. I can't think of his last name right now. I'm having a brain fart.
Rico.
What's that? Okay, y'all giving me different names. Tallarico. All right. So she was out there running for U.S. Senate in Texas, and she was running against, he's another Democrat. He was James Tallarico. And she ended up losing.
Yeah, she does look terrible.
She lost to James Tallarico.
Yeah, the Democrats didn't start.
She lost to him.
Hispanic and white voters for not supporting that.
And, you know, she was kind of kicking and screaming at first. And she didn't want to concede. She was saying, oh, the Republicans pulled something slick. She was trying to, you know, talk about how the voting district was somehow manipulated, something like that. Man. But she lost against him. And people are questioning what's going to be her next political move right now. What's going to be her next political move? And family, do you know the Democrats blamed her loss on black men? Boy, the Democrats came out, they sent some of their operatives out here talking about, the reason why she lost, because they don't want to see a black woman rise. They did that whole bullshit that they did with Kamala. Oh, don't nobody want to see the black woman shine. And particularly black men. Black men don't want to see Jasmine Croccett shine. All the black men was hating on her.
Even though what?
All the black men was talking about her weave, and the black man was tearing her down. So they literally tried to go with that talking point. They want to run with that narrative. Let's be real. They don't want to take responsibility for their political policies. The problem is policy. Let's just be real. Let's break this thing down. What the real problem was. Jasmine Crockett's policy was all about really prioritizing all of these other groups, immigrants, Hispanics, all of these other groups, LGBT stuff. And what's interesting, all of these Hispanics that she would pander to, many of them ended up choosing the James Tallarico guy. They ended up voting for him. See, that's why that black and brown coalition, that's a one-sided myth. And the Democrats, they love pushing that black-brown coalition. And that's to convince black voters to champion immigrant and Hispanic causes. It's never for them to help us. This is a one-way ass street. And Jasmine, she exhausted all of her political energy advocating for pro-immigration policies and all that people of color stuff, and then expected reciprocal loyalty at the ballot box. You see, and these Hispanic constituents, they were like, hey, that coalition, no, we're going for the white man or the white T man. Let me watch my words here.
I think that was before her time.
You see, understand, these people, their anti-black bias overrides the whole minority label. So the Democrats, man, they operate on this naive assumption that all non-white groups view themselves as a unified minority umbrella, and they share the same voting behaviors. And they ignore the reality of deeply ingrained anti-black bias within these non-black communities. I want y'all to understand some of these liberal white tees and liberal people of color, they have been some of the biggest enemies of black people. Do y'all understand that? I had a Zoom meeting with some city council folks earlier.
I was definitely a kid in the 90s.
And shout out to this brother who works for the city. This brother, because I didn't even know they were having a meeting about some of our permits at the museum. This brother who works in one of the political offices in the city, cool brother, he let me know. I didn't even know. So I hopped on this Zoom meeting, and he was kind of speaking up. Shout out to this brother. But everybody, the city council people, all white. It was an Asian and a couple of Hispanics on there. And boy, they were, man, when I tell y'all they go out of their way, they've been trying to undermine us at the museum. Yeah. They've been going out of their way to undermine us, man. These minorities and people of color. Man, I'm telling you, out here in LA, the black businesses, boy, they are doing everything behind the scenes. They do all this shit behind the scenes to undermine us. And then when you go around the area of South Central LA, all these Hispanic vendors all over the place. Right. They give us the runaround, and all of these Hispanic vendors who can't even speak English get over the border. They get permits to do any damn thing. So, and these are liberals doing this shit. Mm-hmm. You understand? These are the liberals doing all of this. Don't let nobody fool you with all that liberal conservative stuff. Don't let nobody fool you with that. You see? But going back to Jasmine Crockett and the Democrats trying to sit up here and blame black men for why she lost. Let's be very, very clear. That scapegoat tactic, they use that to avoid campaign accountability. See, blaming black men, that's like a default deflection strategy for people who refuse to audit a real assessment of what failed their campaign. You understand? That Tallarico, whatever his name is, you know, that he had a very well-funded campaign. He had an economic campaign that captured a wider coalition across Texas, shaming black men. That's a way to ignore the structural and strategic deficits of their own campaign.
What do you want to be active?
And the demand for tangibles over performative representation, that was a problem. See, politics is an exchange of power for resources. This is not a high school popularity contest. A lot of black voters, particularly black men, are getting demand specific. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about targeted policy agendas that's going to materially benefit the black community.
Be acting.
Yeah, we're not trying to get all these little viral moments and all that hood ratchet aesthetic. All that stuff she was trying to pull, that's a political dead end. all of those viral clapbacks and all that performative hood persona. Yeah, that'll get clicks and retweets and praise from the liberal echo chamber, but that's not going to translate into statewide electoral victories. And truth be told, that aesthetic is played out. More black people are becoming more politically sophisticated. You understand? So people are demanding more. And also in one of these videos from one of these Democrat operatives, they were like, yeah, these black men, they up here criticizing Jasmine Crockett. They sound like the white man. They sound like the white supremacists. That's a talking point. You notice that talking point comes from the DNC. All right. Y'all know that talking point. That's the DNC talking point. They always tell us whenever we want something, tangible, and we don't want none of these little, what's going on with the sound, guys? How's my sound? Somebody said something's up with my sound. Is my sound good?
Your community.
How's my sound, ladies and gentlemen? All right.
He's not going.
Is the sound is good? Okay.
And if you do, we're gonna call.
Okay. Somebody said it's going in and out. Oh, but some people say it's good.
Yeah, that's why I told them to come on up.
So it's good. Thumbs up. We good. It's better.
They're just talking bullshit.
Okay. Hopefully it's not going in and out.
It's a troll that was on Lady Tate's channel.
Hopefully it's not going in and out. Hopefully the sound is good.
One of them Latinos.
Hopefully the sound is good. Hold on one second. Hold on.
Right.
Y'all bear with me. Hold on.
No, he don't want none of this heat.
Oh, okay. Somebody with a troll account. Okay.
Yeah, and there you go, troll. Click the link, otherwise get the fuck up out of here, man. You are
The sound is fine. All right, the sound is fine. Okay. Yo, this cum kitty person, you can't be in here trolling in the room.
You got 2 minutes to hit the link. Be active.
You can't be in here trolling with in the room. You can't do that. What's up, brother?
1 minute and 59 seconds, bop him upside his head with the wrench and say,
but yeah, that whole
his head.
thing where we criticize somebody who's black doing something janky, you aligning with white supremacy. That's a gaslighting talking point. They try to claim that if we criticize a candidate's demeanor or how unprofessional they are, they try to say that's aligning with white supremacy.
Hi.
Hello, ma'am. How are you?
And you gotta
How are you? Let's go.
I'm good. Where are you located, ma'am?
Shit.
Yes. Let's go.
Can you speak English?
Lily.
Okay, we'll do another. No, we'll do a battle later. Okay, yeah, we just because I don't feel like talking to people. They can't talk. To my let's go. No.
Times a chicken beat active.
She can't even talk. She can't speak English, so no. But yeah, like I said, we're not going for the manipulation and the gaslighting.
Right.
You understand? See, these people are misjudging the political sophistication of black voters. So a lot of these political operatives, they make the mistake of assuming that black voters are going to be easily pacified by pop culture pandering and all that sassy rhetoric. And the reality is, man, the black electorate, man, we're becoming more sophisticated. We're just becoming more sophisticated. And people can distinguish between authentic advocacy and manufactured algorithm-driven spectacle.
Just be trolling.
So yeah, we're moving on beyond that. And the Democrats, man, they are failing to expand beyond a narrow base. Hold on. Sorry about that. I'm stopping all these people from trying to come up. They're trying to rely on their base turnout model and internet outrage and proxy wars to galvanize support for these candidates, and that's just not going to work. They're going to have to come with some tangible policies for us.
Permanent vacation for you.
You see? Votes have to be earned. They can't be extorted. Y'all, they just can't keep trying to shame us into voting. They always pull that shit with us.
Yeah, he out.
If black folks don't go out here and just support some nonsense, it's just going to be a bunch of shaming tactics. Y'all hate the black women. Y'all don't want the black woman to shine. Y'all want to be just like the white man. Stop. And the whole thing of black men criticizing Jasmine Crockett for the ratchet behavior, that's another thing. We got to look at how the Democrats get down, because again, they think they can bring somebody out and have them get a cosign from Cardi B or whatever ratchet rapper that's out, and they think that's going to be good enough, and that's not it. And all of that, don't want to see black womanhood shine. Think of what the Democrats are saying. Look at how they view black womanhood. All right, let's just unpack that. Look at how the Democrats view black womanhood.
Right.
They think if somebody's wearing a janky weave and big ass eyelashes and being sassy and hood radish, that's supposed to represent black womanhood. And then get mad at black men because we reject that as a part of black womanhood and black womanhood representation. You see, the political establishments, they rely on lower expectation models. You know, they need black voters to aspire to low common denominator pop tropes. You see, it's always somebody dancing, somebody talking about making greens and using hot sauce and all that stuff. See, they got that. They're trying to send a fundamental belief that black voters can't be reached through intellectual or economic discourse.
No, you're right, Michael.
It's a new day. They have to read the room. That shit ain't working no more.
Yeah,
and also celebrity proxies over policy. We're not doing that.
We're not putting
Having
up with
Megan Thee
bullshit
Stallion
no more.
and bringing out Glorilla, and I like them as rappers, but that's not going to galvanize people. That's not going to make us say, okay, they're good to go. Right. We need to vote for them. See, they got this thing where they try to hypersexualize the audience and bring these ghetto aesthetics to validate high-level candidates, just like that get your booty to the pole and all that stuff where you got twerking to pander to the black audience. That cheapens the political process. You know, that
I love
operates on the insulting assumption that black women need a club to be motivated
to get burned up.
Rather than them breaking down how a candidate can help the black constituents protect their families and their businesses. And all that conflating ratchetness with authentic black womanhood, leaning into that nonsense is very disrespectful. And it suggests that ratchetness is the default culture. So it's a manufactured, corporate-based caricature that erases the millions of politically astute, professional, and family-oriented black women who want nothing to do with that aesthetic. And all of that misogynoir deflection, that's a smokescreen. When black men rightfully push back against that performative pandering, pointing out that twerking at rallies and speaking in this coarse slang, that doesn't equal political leadership. These operatives try to weaponize, well, that you just hate the black woman. No, man, they got this thing. You know what it is, man? They got this thing where black men are supposed to be the low standard brothers. You can just bring anything to black men. Anything semi-sexual, and black men are supposed to accept it. Black, brothers, now the standards are high. No, brothers are saying, hey, we don't want all that shit. Listen, if we deal with a hood rat, we deal with a hood rat in private. Hood rats got their place. Yeah, there's a place for a hood rat, not the political realm, though. You understand? Yeah, they mad at us because our standards ain't low. They got this default thing where we just supposed to accept anything ratchet. Yeah, we're supposed to gravitate towards it. No, we're saying hell no. We're saying no. Yeah.
What I'm getting now, I am becoming an early bird.
And then they want to get mad at us because we want standards with the leadership
like 6,
or the representation.
5, 6 o'clock.
You see? We want dignified leadership.
6 years.
Listen, foundational Black American women, they have a centuries-long legacy of highly sophisticated, dignified, and strategic political organizing, from civil rights to local community building. that leadership was rooted in discipline and excellence.
No, I'm not early bird.
So this whole
got us novice.
Political reliance on hood aesthetics, no, you're spitting in the face of what we do and what we've represented and what we've propped up.
Why he thought he'd come over here with that bullshit.
Yeah, we're not going to go from Harriet Tubman to a Sojourner Truth to an Ida B. Wells,
I want him to hit the link, though.
to a Rosa Parks, to a Coretta Scott King, to a Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, to now Jasmine Crockett out there being sassy with the wig all looking funny and being hood radish. That's no. Not at all. Was this 1979? Okay, 1979, hop on. Is this a troll account? 1979, hop on.
Sounds like a troll.
Hey, Tree.
Hey, man, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm good. Now, what do you disagree with, man?
I just don't agree. I think, I see a lot of people saying that Jasmine was ratchet. I'm thinking, like, what is your definition of ratchet? Like, I didn't see her promoting
Really, lady?
Megan Thee Stallion. I didn't see her promoting all these people that, a lot of people in the community talk about. I didn't see any of that. So I don't even understand what you're talking about as regards her saying anything ratchet, except for maybe 2 times where she's talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene or she's expressing herself. But what else? What
really?
else exactly? I mean, I agree with most. With most things you say. Literally, I agree with most things you say. On this one, I just can't agree with you on it. I just can't agree with you, especially when you said that.
Yeah, you could, ma'am. Her losing is proof of what I'm talking about. She lost for a reason, ma'am. I mean, y'all can sit here and say, okay, put your finger in your ears and say, nah, 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 nah. But all of that, yeah, she does a lot of performative ratchetness, all these performative hood slangs. She's out there when she's in the meetings, flipping her weave and being sassy. Yeah, that's her whole shtick.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't you can't say that you don't see it. Yeah, that's her whole shtick, ma'am.
Right.
I mean, I never said it. I'm not one that's saying that she should not have lost. I didn't say that. All I said is that I just don't agree with how. I just feel like.
And I'm telling you, this is what some of the Democrats are coming out saying, because other people are saying this, ma'am. I know you. Have you heard other people saying what I'm saying? I'm not the only one saying this.
Yeah, so
I hear that. I hear other people saying this. Of course,
right. So, do you think everybody's lying?
I feel as though people take certain stereotypes that Black women do, and they try to hype it up and make it seem. There's times where I was doing my job and I've clapped and I've done this, and somebody would be like, "Oh, so now you're trying to act like you're doing all these kind of Black ratchet things," and it's like, because she talked a certain way, because she expressed herself in a certain way, like
because she's trying to act like. No, here's the thing: she's trying to act like that. She didn't grow up in the hood. She didn't. I think, from what I understand, she went to a private school or something. Yeah, Judge Joe Brown will talk about this. She didn't grow up in no hood. She's not no hood chick. Fuck you acting like that for?
I didn't see him fake.
I'm saying it's forced and it's inauthentic, ma'am. That's the problem. It comes across forced and phony. It's performative. That's the problem. That's why a lot of people are not gravitating towards that. You understand?
Yeah, I feel you on that.
Okay, right. Now, you voted for Kamala, didn't you?
Oh, for the Black.
I did. I did.
Right.
But this was the first time I voted. So yes, I did. I did vote for her, and I voted for her because I didn't think the Trump was a good candidate. You know what I'm saying? Now, in hindsight, looking at how immigration is being handled. I am starting to see, like, yes, there are certain things that were taken away from Black people. I do see that, and I can understand that. But when I first voted, yes, I voted because I was like, I'm not voting for the white guy. I'm not gonna lie, and I was like, I'm not gonna vote for. I just didn't. The way they went about it was kind of like how immigration was against. How can I say? They were like, they're going to be disrespectful to immigrants. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to see people being taken away from their families. However, if you got to go back to your country, you got to go back to your country. However, but I did vote for Kamala. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I did.
And Kamala was doing that performative hood shit too.
Yeah.
She kept turning her little accents on and off too. So that's like a little thing that the DNC has their candidates doing to go out here and play up that ratchet nonsense, right?
True.
Yeah, because remember when Kamala would change her damn accent every time she get in front of an audience. She get in front of some Latinos, adios míos. She start talking with a little Mexican accent. She gets in front of East Indians. Hello, thank you. I really appreciate you. Thank you. And then she get around black people. Y'all better thank a union member. You better thank a union member. Man, the hell out of here. Man, we're cool on that shit. We're so cool. We're cool as hell on that fake ass nonsense.
And I'm not gonna lie, like when I first, even when in 2020, like I was, because I didn't think that I would vote for somebody who used to work for the prosecution. That was my main thing. But towards 4 years later, it just came about that, I just felt like she was a good choice, and that's just what I thought. But
now that shit is, where's your family from?
Yeah,
Cali.
hilarious, Michael.
Yeah.
What part of Cali?
LA, Pomona.
Yeah. Where were they before?
Pomona is its own
my
city.
mom was New York, but before that, Virginia was my great grandma, her grandmother. So, and then my father's from Louisiana.
Oh, okay. Now, are you a stud?
No, I just got it. I have acid reflux, and it be messing up my throat. Like, seriously.
Oh,
yes.
Is it the reflux or the coochie? Is it acid coochie, and you've been eating the wrong coochie?
That's
is it
horrible.
acid coochie?
Stop. Don't disrespect me, dog. Come on.
Okay,
I can't believe I sound this bad.
Ask her something like that.
You sound kind of husky. You sound kind of husky. So it might be yeah, you sound a little husky. It's okay.
Dang, this sounds really okay. You know what?
Yeah, how long I'm a little sick.
That's why I don't be wanting to come up on here, because I know you're gonna be clowning. I know you're gonna clown. Oh, you sound like you cool, but you just sound like you're a little husky, like you work a security job. You sound like a stud. You sound like a stud who works security at a weed dispensary. I've always had a voice. My mom used to say I used to sound like Dumb Duck, but anyway, yeah. So okay, but anyway, shoot. Thank you for telling me. Maybe I need to work on it. But anyway, anyway, I just wanted to have that conversation with you, because sometimes, I just know how, as a Black woman, how people will take every little gesture that you do and be like, "Oh, you're so ratchet." This and this.
Yeah, you're right, Goddess.
Like, come on now. Everything she's doing is ratchet. So, but I feel what you're saying though.
There you go. All right. Well, thank you so much, 1979. All right. Let's work on that acid reflux. Yeah, you know good and well that Jasmine does all that performative ratchetness, just like Kamala did. Kamala did the same thing. And we're cool on that.
Right. We're cool on it. It's not working.
We are cool on that. We are rejecting that. It's a new day. You're going to have to come with it. You understand?
Yeah.
And in the video, hold on, let me see what this is. Hold on 1 second. Hey, beloved, how are you, dear?
That's what he does.
How you doing?
I'm good. We'll do a battle later, okay? We'll do a battle. All right. In one of these Democrat operatives, they did a video talking about, y'all attacking Jasmine Crockett, saying she ratchet. Well, y'all don't be saying nothing when white people be acting ratchet. White people, they act ratchet too. I hate when they do that deflection.
Yeah, that's a deflection.
That's a weird deflection. Yeah, the white tea people who act ratchet or whatever, they don't bring that into the politics. They don't bring that into the political realm.
Until Trump.
Yeah.
Until Trump, yeah.
Yeah, they don't bring that into the political realm. They know better.
Until Trump.
Man, it's really about professionalism in the political arena.
Trump is.
The criticism of Jasmine is not about whether white tea people can behave ratchet too. The issue is context. Politics, that's a space where people are expected to present themselves with seriousness and discipline. When somebody deliberately leans into a ratchet persona while you hold in public office, a lot of people are going to view that as unserious. And if a white tea politician behave the same way in congressional hearings or campaign speeches, they would be criticized as unprofessional, trashy, and unserious as well. So the debate is not about who gets to be ratchet.
You're right, Goddess.
The debate is why would somebody make that behavior part of their political brand? See, Jasmine Crockett, that's her brand. Yeah. That performative ratchetness, that's her brand. And a lot of us are just not cool with that. I don't want you, and you're not really representing us. We get all the ratchetness, and then you do all the serious policies for all the immigrants and all these other groups. That's what we have an issue with.
I talked to Tariq like what?
And the thing is, listen, we understand in Black culture, code switching. We understand that. One of the hallmarks of the foundation of Black American culture is code switching. We know how to move between cultural spaces appropriately. And we've always understood that there's home behavior, there's street behavior, there's professional behavior. So the ability to adapt is seen as cultural intelligence within our society.
Exactly what?
You understand? So just doing all that, just being ratchet acting all the time and all that, no, that's
you're
off.
right, Goddess. Not everything's funny
we
or
ain't rocking
we
with
joke
that.
about.
That's not
You're
a good
right
look.
about that.
And people keep questioning her background. I don't know. Some people are saying she's Haitian. I don't know. I haven't seen any proof, but I don't know. Yes, those wigs she wears. Yeah, there's questions about that. Why are those wigs so janky looking? That's a legitimate question. Who is she growing up around? Those are legitimate questions, ladies and gentlemen. Who's letting her rock them wigs like that? That looks crazy.
If you talk like you got some sense,
those are legitimate questions. Yeah. Nobody's beating up on her.
Not saying that's what you.
And to be honest, that whole ratchet authenticity nonsense strategy, that's outdated. That hood aesthetic, that in politics, that ain't
Twitter
it.
Spaces.
Yeah, we know our culture. We know the culture. We don't need a politician cosplaying the neighborhood stereotype to represent us.
TikTok Live.
We are looking for somebody with competence, somebody who can produce tangible results. We don't need cultural theatrics. We don't need it. And listen, white tea misbehavior, that don't justify lowering standards. Just because another group does something, don't mean we do the same low-level nonsense, even if they do it.
Oh, this is back in 2017.
You see?
Oh, okay.
Man. Let me get some of the family in here. Y'all get on in here. Let me talk to the family.
That was back in this Ism radio day.
They messed that wig up. Yeah, man. Yeah, something's up with that wig. Why for real, and I'm not being mean, that wig looks crazy. Does that wig have a microphone under it? Is there some mechanicals under it? What is that wig for like that? For the life of me, I don't.
Blacc was like that.
Whenever she gets on camera, I'm like, why do they have this sister with this wig like that?
Lieutenant Governor for what state, Michael?
So did somebody say that's her hair? If you don't stop,
Virginia, Shabaka.
Dude, if you don't stop.
Remember that's the one that said she thank God.
Man, if you don't stop.
Otherwise,
that raggedy
the wig and
motherfucker,
the big lashes and all that, and then dancing. Okay, all right, but nobody's trying to beat up on her. But y'all, Democrats are gonna have to do better. It's a whole new day. Y'all got to do better than that. Y'all really got to do better than that.
Yes, sir. You don't have to give.
Erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Oh, yeah, I spoke to Dr. Parks earlier today, Brother Che.
Oh, you did? How's she doing?
She's doing all right, but she said she was busy, so I just told her to give me a call back when she can. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. Some Sears in Virginia. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the one. She was pandering for the white vote and waited to the last minute to try to get the black vote and ended up losing. Yeah, our brother Breeze gave us the update on that, Michael, because he's out that way too. Yeah, that's the one that said we need to be grateful for them and all this crazy shit. She was doing all these white supremacist talking points, and she thought she was gonna get them white people to vote for her, and they said, "Nope, we're gonna vote for the CIA agent."
Damn.
On Spam Burger. Your thoughts on the Democrats blaming black men for Jasmine Crockett shit losing?
Man, I get tired of these politicians, man, thinking that we're supposed to go out there, man, and vote for who the hell they want us to vote for, as opposed to voting who we think.
I'm glad you learned quickly. Yeah, she thought she had it in the bag.
Yeah.
And then you pandering to illegal immigrants, they can't vote.
Yeah. And they ain't said shit on reparations for us.
No, remember what they said, Shabaka. We can't get reparations until they get reparations.
Until who gets reparations?
The $5 Indians.
Yeah.
And the Latinos.
Well, okay. Solution to that problem is boycott their fucking businesses.
Yep.
Hit them where it hurts in the pocketbook.
Mm-hmm.
Bypass their shit.
Yep. So we're about to hear from a Latina. She gonna tell us how xenophobic we are, and that's why Jasmine Crockett lost.
Lord have mercy. Let me go on mute, man, because I know this is going to be something that's going to piss me off.
So Latina says black Americans in Texas are being...
Well, after the election with Jasmine Crockett and James Tallarico, you have a Latina that's, really not liking the commentary behind, their vote here in Texas. And she is accusing black people of things that I would honestly say that black people isn't doing to them. Let's go ahead and check that out.
It's astonishing to me the amount of racism and xenophobia towards Latinos that I've seen from Jasmine Crockett supporters. Like, it's actually crazy. And I think this is why our country is the way it is. There's no unity at all whatsoever. People are painting it as if it was Harris versus Trump again, when that just wasn't it. That was not the reality. They were both great candidates. Both were qualified. And it just the absolutely horrible things that I've seen, specifically black people say about Latinos, excusing ICE, saying, like, is ICE still hiring? Like, POC unity is such a joke. It will always be a joke. They will always keep us separated.
Well, you're right about that, Michael. Asians, Latinos,
Texas is never going to turn blue. Apparently, we're just going to stay in this forever. Because if your candidate doesn't win, then
American history.
Well, as you heard, she said that the black community is being racist and xenophobic to the Latino community here in Texas. Well,
Uncle
I
Phil,
personally haven't heard a bunch of black people saying anything that I would view as racist, bias against Latinos. I haven't. I really haven't heard xenophobia. Now, what do these people say? They said online. How do you know they're even black if they're saying that? Because I know good when no black person walked up to you specifically, ma'am, and had any kind of bias toward you in your face. I know good and well that's not the truth. That's number one. Number two, here's the thing. Black Americans have said that, you know what, when we have certain candidates, we need other people to support. And what is going on with a lot of black people in Texas right now is that they're saying, well, the Latino community, once again, have let the black community down because they want to vote with the white man.
Exactly.
Period.
That part, Mike.
Whether he's a white Republican or Democrat, whatever. I would be understanding if Tallarico was a person that stood on business a lot, was very loud about immigration and doing things with immigration. That'd be a little different conversation with me with that. But Jasmine Crockett has been very, very pro-immigration.
Yep.
And y'all still did not vote for her in mass. Now, I know about 36% of you voted for her. And I think, 62% of y'all voted for Tallarico or whatever. But she was the one that supported y'all. She did more stomping for immigration. She does no stomping for Black America like that. So if Black Americans are even calling you out, listen, think about it. Jasmine Crockett did not advocate for anything specifically for Black America. Black Americans still showed up to vote for her. And if Black Americans could vote for her and they didn't really get much out of her, you would think that Jasmine Crockett would have got at least 90% of the Latino vote in Texas. Now, what they also said that if Latinos would have voted for Crockett, she would have been the person, but they chose Tallarico. And that's just really what it is. So, ma'am, some Black people are upset by that because they feel that time and time again, your community always let the Black community down. And so what's going to happen, I'm telling you what's going to happen. Y'all going to get put in the white category. I'm talking about Black people. I'm telling you it's going to happen. Like, what I mean by the white category, Black people know you can't depend on white people to vote for anything, not relation to Black people. And even after the 2024 election, and you saw the exit polls, once again, Latinos did the exact same thing. Yep. And I told y'all, I like seeing the how people voted. Yeah. That way we can actually quantify how people stand. Because see, look, you can do all day saying, I support you, but it's your actions. Right. Are you going to go out there and vote for that Black person? Right. And get them in? Right. That's the thing I'm talking about. What your actions say, because you'll say all day long on the internet you support the Black community and XYZ. When it's time to go vote, you go vote for Tallarico.
Yep, they are selfish, God, it's snobby.
Now you have a right to vote for whoever you want to vote for. Then let me go there. You know, I mean, I'm not saying that they have to vote for Jasmine Crockett, but some Black people just really tired of hearing these so-called minority coalitions, and yet the minorities every single time never show up. Every single time they advocate for themselves. They don't advocate for the coalition. So just as much as how some people are saying Pan-Africanism is one-sided, the minority coalition been one-sided. We've been doing all the work and getting none of the result. Everybody else been getting results. When they get in trouble, that's the crazy part. They get in trouble with the white people, and then they want to come run to us. And ma'am, let me say something to you. Black people's criticizing your voting. Now, some people may say that about ICE. They may say that. I'm not saying they didn't say it. Be honest with you, kind of sound like something someone will say. Be honest with you. Yeah. But let's keep it 100.
Damn Latino.
If that's all your criticism, if that's all what really offends you, is what that person said about, if ICE is hiring, then what do you feel about them white people that was sitting up here advocating for mass deportations of your people, ma'am? They they're advocating mass deportations of you. ICE is out there targeting more people in your community than anywhere else.
That's just hilarious.
These people have said the most vile things about your community. They didn't say, if ICE hiring or whatever. That you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. If a Black person says something, it's the worst thing ever. But then white folk can say anything they want. They can stereotype you. They can treat you bad. They can violate your rights. They can do whatever, and you still not gonna say much about it. I don't understand that dynamic. I don't. But as a Black American, I would never understand that dynamic. I would never have in my head that these people could just say whatever they want, and I don't have no clap back. I don't say nothing.
Good night. And make sure
but if anybody else say even a piece of a word to you, they racism and xenophobic. Oh no! Once again, show me the Black person that walked up to you in Texas and said that. Because I know good well no Black folk walked up to you and told you any of that about their own.
Yeah, if they're electronic, they'll do it.
And if you really want to keep it 100,
analog clock.
I mean, ICE is a federal agency. They do hire people, and they're looking for more agents. So would it be quote unquote racist if you say, well, is the police department hiring? I'm like, that wouldn't bother me if you said the police department hiring. Well, what is that supposed to mean? You want to work for the police department, I guess. It doesn't mean that you're going to do nothing to me. I'm just saying. But
now, Uncle Phil,
the issue is
no policy enforcement.
It's been a pattern of that with the voting in your community, ma'am. That's really what it is. You talk about Trump, ma'am. Your community is really responsible for Trump. Yep. It's your community. Everything that's going on right now, that's why so many people are mentioning your community. You talking about the wars and all the different things that Trump is doing, mass deportation, it's your community, man, when they put him in office. If y'all would have voted, I'm just keeping it 100 because you had more. This is what I don't understand about that proximity to whiteness. You had Kamala Harris advocating for your community. She advocated just as much as Jasmine Crockett advocated for your community. Kamala Harris didn't advocate for mine.
Right.
And neither was Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah, it's racial.
And yet y'all had two black women advocating for y'all.
Racial
and y'all didn't show up for them. That's the point I'm trying to get to. Then you want to get mad when people calling you out for it? Like, this is what y'all have done with your votes.
Mm-hmm.
It's on paper.
Yeah.
If you don't like it, we'll change your voting habits.
Right.
But clearly, you don't want to. Because you have a problem. But I understand also the proximity to whiteness because in your homeland, black folks are looked down upon.
Yep.
Black folks is not respected in your homeland. You don't have no black people. It's all in your government up there. Even though you got black people living in your homeland.
Right.
That's what a lot of that is. Now, of course, like I said, once again, 36% of Latinos did vote for Jasmine Crockett. They did. But it should have been 90% the way she was advocating for him.
Right.
Tallarico don't have a national voice of supporting immigration.
Right.
That's what I don't understand. How do you vote against your own interests? You know, we talk about them folks all the time doing that, but how do you do it? But that's good. It's good. Like I said, I'm glad that Black America is seeing all this because that's going to help wake Black America up and understand what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has said we got to do for self. And we have to separate ourselves in America to do for self. We can't be integrating ourselves with everybody because everybody has their own agenda. They don't even care about black people like that. They don't.
They don't.
And black folks for a long time want to, minority coalition. We got more in common. We don't have nothing in common. We had something in common. We would all vote the way we need to vote. And we don't. So black folks need to look out for black folk. And that's the end of it.
Yep. Message to the black man in America.
And the other people do what they want at that point. That's it. But sitting up here calling black people names, that's not going to get it, ma'am. Your community voted a certain way twice. Kamala and Jasmine.
We should already know.
Y'all got to answer for that. Don't get mad at us.
Try to know, listen for what?
Please make sure to subscribe down below. Drop a like on the video, comment. Let me know what you think about these clips. And if you'd like to see more of them, I'm happy to bring them to you. I love talking about stuff like this. If you're on Apple or Spotify, please make sure to rate the show.
Hold on, Shabaka. I'm showing whole lives that were pre-recorded. What are your thoughts on what?
You know that.
What are your thoughts on Jasmine Crockett, so we can wrap her up?
Jasmine Crockett is full of shit, man. Let her crash and burn, man. She don't mean us no damn good.
What are your thoughts on the Latinos that didn't come out for her, even though she was caping for them?
Okay, they can crash and burn too. So Jasmine Crockett should have known better on that. They're expressing how they honestly feel. So we know that when they have Hispanic candidates or who's going after the black votes, just return the favor.
Right. What are your thoughts, Lady Che?
I'm really excited about this launch, actually. I think she should have even tried. Like, she was lame. Like, I've been saying that from jump when we first seen her come on the spot with the Kamala Harris campaign. right?
Yeah.
That's when we really seen her.
Yeah.
I have to say this from jump. She's a cocky shit.
Mm-hmm.
Low brow. That low brow, real low brow. I don't want to say low IQ. I just say that ain't my type of sister.
Right.
Get it? I thought she was a clown when she tried to do the Not Like Us.
Yeah, I didn't see that either.
Dance. The Not Like Us.
Wait a minute. She tried to do a dance, Lady Che?
Yeah. She did a music video.
About Reels or something like that.
She did a music video to They Not Like Us.
Yeah, to come on.
Damn.
Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Oh my goodness.
I was watching something.
Oh my goodness. My.
Fantastic. It wasn't even worth watching the whole thing.
It was cringe.
It was trash.
Okay.
Our talking points are straight DNC talking points. That was the Democrats lost. She had some time where she could have pulled them out of that.
Yeah.
She could have pivoted around. She could have lied. She could have did whatever, right? She continued to make the Democrats look bad. Amongst with everybody else, it's not just her. There's a lot of Democrats that continue to shine like shit. So, I was like, when I was watching, I thought she had lost her job when she started getting on all the panels.
Yeah.
She was on MSNBC panel.
Yeah.
She's on Fox, I'll put it DNC. Anything Democratic led, she was on a panel.
Yeah.
And then I thought she was really lost when she started putting her own podcast up. And I thought it was after that scandal with the worker saying that she don't even show up to the office. Yeah. And then certainly, like that same day,
no, Michael, the first black person to win a U.S. Senate seat was Carol Mosley Braun.
All right, hold on a second.
Out of Illinois. No, I was just responding to Michael.
Is that like a fan or something?
Yeah, hold on a second. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I saw this bride come. She didn't really grow anything. And I said it from jump when the DNC happened, when they're pushing Kamala so hard. I said, look at all these shields. They haven't advanced nowhere. They haven't advanced in seating. They haven't advanced in their money. They haven't advanced. What really did it for me, which I would never vote for that bride. She wouldn't get my black vote. So that's not my
Yeah, you're right, Breeze. Raphael Warnock ain't shit.
So, but this is what I want to say about that. When they redistricted 200 black families and they were redlining to try to win more seats, Republicans.
Yeah.
And they had 200 extra black families. She didn't want that. She wanted the real estate that she was in control of.
Yeah.
Or that she could benefit or profit out of. She gave a good goddamn, and I didn't say this from jump. But she doesn't care about black people. Nope. She only talks about black people when something's interfering with her life. And then she brings up her mother and father, brings up her mother. And she ain't that type of black person either, because she's like the Hasidini type that looks over across the fence and sees us in the outside of the street. And she want to go ahead and think she's gonna be like us. That's why she ain't like us. You think? So there's a whole bunch of these. So when she lost, I silently clapped myself to sleep. You know what I mean? And I think I went to sleep with a smile on my face because she started crying real tears. And I was like, bitch, don't you listen? This shows that you don't care about black people.
Right.
Because if you were listening, your ass would be crying real tears. And I would be clapping myself.
It sounds like you got a waterfall in the background.
And I would be clapping myself.
No, hold on.
That's what I think. So, what is it? You try to pretend.
How's that?
She asked. Because from now on, she's going to lose every election.
It's better. I can still hear it, though. It's not as loud.
He's holding up to every seat.
Right.
Because she both trying to get, she's not going to get it. So maybe this will be her Negro wake-up call.
Yeah.
Let's really be honest.
Can only hope.
This is a Negro wake-up call. Nobody
She don't
said
get
it,
a podcast.
No, yeah, but she should use this. And I'm surprised no one has said it yet. This is her Negro wake-up call.
She's going to be a pundit.
This is what I'm saying, y'all. No one said it. This is that moment that this is going to be her wake-up call. If she chooses to, see it that way. But if y'all ain't seen it that way, y'all are really lost. Yeah.
When I get a wake up call, you got to be actually woke to the wake up call. That bro, she know what she was doing. Like he said, she was towing the Democratic line. And she thought, oh, as long as I told the Democratic line, I'm good. I'm shooing for this seat. You know?
She should have known because she didn't advance.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't advance when she stuck her neck out for a motherfucking Kamala, and it went about crying on stage. Remember, Kamala wished her, the Alicia did stuff with Kamala. She should know she didn't get anywhere when it happened.
Are you done with it?
All right, what about now, Brother Chad? Sound better?
Much better.
Okay.
We can still hear it, but it's not as loud as it was. I don't know. It keeps coming and going. Is it like the AC or something?
Yeah, it could be, man. Okay. What about now?
I can still hear it.
Well, then that means I got some dust inside the headphone jack on the computer. Shit.
Okay. All right, so moving along, we got the dump, as in human shit. And we want to make that perfectly clear.
Oh, yeah.
His voters are shifting away. What?
That's great news.
So, say it ain't so. They are leaving the dump train. They don't want to be dumpsters no more.
Right.
Down with MAGA no more.
Right.
And Lisa's going to give us an update on that. So shout out to Lisa Cabrera. I found out about Lisa Cabrera through Professor Black Truth. My sister is out of New Jersey. So she's going to give us an update on the dumpsters jumping ship.
Okay.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. So we're going to talk about all of these people are suddenly coming online and they are walking away from MAGA. So I guess it just got too much when the war broke out. Because, many of them are cowards. They are full of tough talk.
Yeah.
Now that there's war and a possibility of many of them, because Donald Trump keep coming into the media saying many Americans are going to be unalive from this war. Now, all of a sudden, they are running from being MAGA. It's real interesting,
What do the dumb bastards expect?
I don't care. I don't feel sorry for these people.
I don't either.
They are online whining like we should understand their position and, being a Trump supporter and now not being one at all. But at the end of the day, y'all, they fear war. Especially the young ones, they fear there's a possibility they may have to go to war. And, no matter how tough these people talk, they are scared to die. Yes, they are scared of that, but they have no problem putting others, under, but they don't want that to happen to them. Biggest hypocrite ever.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so I seen many of them crying and sorry for how they voted. They are so sorry. Man, I am so not feeling these people, and I feel even less sorry for them. But you listen to them and see how you feel. And by the way, grab up your 12 Tribes on Earth products, and also starting Friday, there is a sale on shampoo. And it will be on Etsy, Shopify, and TikTok.
Advertisement
you will be able to get the shampoo at 25% off. So if you need the link, just go to my community tab on YouTube. All of the information is right over there. So let me go ahead and share my screen so we can get started. Okay, please give me a 1 if you can see my screen.
Yes, Lisa, we can see your screen. So I'm trying to keep up with all your comments.
Thank you. But you know what I also noticed, y'all, too, about this? I noticed all of the ones that regret their vote, they're all white people. So I guess the Black MAGAs, y'all must be diehards, because none of you are coming out saying you regret your vote.
Yeah.
Because them is house niggas, Lisa, that's why.
Cooning must be a serious illness.
That's exactly my point. Now, didn't I just say that in an indirect way? It's an extremely serious illness. Not classified as a disease.
There are white people going viral right now for their regret over voting for Donald Trump. And I put that word into heavy quotation marks because I genuinely question if they even know what the word regret means. One woman in particular got on TikTok crying a whole theatrical production about how people are not greeting her with open arms, how they're being mean to her in her comment section. Lady, are you fucking for real? Somehow you are the victim, not the millions of people harmed by the very system that you voted to prop up not once, not twice, but 3 fucking times. Not the immigrants who lost their family members to deportation or concentration camps. Not the communities of color who have been terrorized by the very policies that you voted to enable. You're the victim because people were mean to you in your comment section. And this tells me everything I need to know about your regret. You're not sorry, you're uncomfortable, and you're confusing the two. You claim that you're doing the work, yet at the first sign that that work becomes difficult, you make videos crying to garner sympathy for yourself. So the emotional labor falls on everyone else. Again. And then to make it worse, there's a whole slew of people in her comment sections coddling her. Oh, you're such a good girl because you realize that you made a mistake by voting for him 3 times. It's so brave of you to speak up. Then some of you have the fucking audacity to police how other people respond to this video. Specifically, the people that MAGA spent years targeting, people of color, the LGBTQ community, immigrants. You want them to welcome ex-MAGA with open arms. You want them to perform forgiveness for your comfort. The people that we should all have sympathy for are the ones who have been harmed, not the ones who do the harm and are now sad because everyone remembers. But here's the part that really gets me. Same crying video. She said she won't be voting in future elections. So instead of working to dismantle the oppressive system that you helped build, your solution is to throw your hands up and do nothing but cry online. That is not remorse. That is not doing the work. That's pandering for likes and comments to appease your praise kink. That's demanding forgiveness without actually. Look, if people want to coddle ex-MAGA voters, that's your prerogative. Nobody can stop you for handing out participation trophies. But if you are an alleged regretful MAGA, do not expect anyone to forgive you. Do not expect a warm welcome. Do not expect marginalized communities to throw you a fucking parade. Do the fucking difficult work. Sit with your discomfort. Sit with the fact that people are rightfully angry at you, and sit with the fact that your regret doesn't undo any of the damage that you caused. The only way you will maybe, and that's a big if, be welcomed back into a society that is rightfully skeptical of you is if you spend the rest of your life proving that you are worth redemption. That means voting for progressive candidates who actually want to help people. That means showing up to protests. That means putting your fucking body on the line. That means doing the hard work, even when nobody is clapping for you. Otherwise,
Michael, please be
save
more
your fucking tears and go cry about it in your journal.
Brad and who's Tyrone?
Be easier the more I talked about leaving MAGA, being a 3-time Trump voter. But I have to be completely honest with you that it's not getting easier, and it actually feels like it's getting more difficult because I'm
Now,
getting more
lady, quit
empathy,
crying
and
and
I
give
don't
me a
think
break
people
with
really
this
realize
bullshit.
how
Go to Hollywood with that shit.
counterintuitive the hate that I receive.
White tears matter,
when
Shabaka.
you can take one look at my page and see that I am doing the work.
But Black Lives
I read a
don't.
comment this morning that I'm not stitching hate because I don't want hate to come our way. But
You sound just like Barbecue Becky,
you'll
you
understand
damn
why I'm reading it.
Nabisco ass tramp.
I've been deconstructing
Exactly,
from Christianity and left MAGA. I do not speak about it because the hate you receive from the left is no different from the hate you received when you were in the cult.
What do you say to Brad, who sounds like Tyrone?
I'm just minding my own business and rewiring my whole belief system.
Brad can go
what
fuck
people
himself,
don't
man.
understand
Because Michael's just
is
telling
how
me.
hard it is to actually
He
wake up
spotted it in the
and
Nabisco
realize
crew.
your entire
Come sit
life
out in the sun
has
with me,
been a
man,
lie,
in the middle of June.
and now you have to start over from scratch.
Now, they get MAGA
Lady, I don't
I'm not
know.
going to allow any negativity from anyone into my life. It's hard enough to do this. I can't see.
Lady, you got your head
Not
bumped.
only
Trump told
that,
you you
I'm
got a
not
lot
going
of
to be part of any
stupid
political
people
party
in
or religion
politics,
ever
and you're
again for the
proving his
expectation
point.
of the left thinking we have to
No.
vote blue now
No.
in order to make amends or something is not
Dizzy
something
ass
I want to be a part
woman.
of. The amount of "I'll never forgive you" I see in your last video is enough for me to never try to speak up on anything that's happening
back over
here.
your comment.
My entire family is deep Southern conservative Christian Republicans. It's been buried into my whole system since birth. Seeing my truth and removing
if I
myself
understand your question
from
right,
it has been the hardest thing I've ever done. I don't really know what else to say other than I don't.
So he's think he's
this
like
is
another
what the
Eminem,
left
huh?
wants. You've been shouting for people to wake up for years, and people do, and you just want to harp on, and I get it.
Lady, give me a goddamn break with this bullshit.
I don't believe that.
Another barbecue Becky. Another barbecue Becky.
I don't know what the solution is, but I know it's not.
Yeah, Breeze, that's what I'm talking about. Is bullshit, homie.
I am a triple Trumper, and I left MAGA. Let me explain why I
And
left.
you a
For years, I was able to
goddamn fool 3
rationalize
times,
supporting
Trick.
him, even though he was doing all these terrible things, because I didn't give a shit. But the day everything changed and I left MAGA was when he did the same bad
Jesse,
thing he's been doing for the
violin
last 9 years, but it affected me a little bit. I couldn't take that. How could he cross that line? I mean, he crossed it over and over and over and over again, and I didn't really think about it. But I can't let this go on. I mean, I just had the wool pulled over my eyes, and it wasn't even my fault. And I've totally
You got
changed
your
as a
head
person,
bumped, homie.
even though this happened 3 weeks ago.
You
So
got your head
you can't
bumped.
really get mad at me because I'm a different person. None of the things you say apply to me because I'm good now. I take full accountability. But I didn't do anything wrong.
No, Michael,
I couldn't
you're right
have
on
learned
that.
things
There's
or
no
decided to show
forgiveness.
empathy.
MAGA are
White
losing their
mega
minds
voters
tonight.
need to
They're feeling betrayed by Donald Trump as he's
the
becoming
legislators
friends with
and demand
Aurora.
lineage-based cash payment
Aurora Mamdani
reparations for
visited the
black
White
people.
House.
You're right.
And he went there with the specific purpose to sell a public housing project to Donald Trump. And he was successful because he played to Donald Trump's ego. He even brought props. Check this out. He came equipped with these fake newspapers to stroke Donald Trump's ego. And MAGA is absolutely flipping out as they don't understand how Donald Trump is falling for this. Why is their hero siding with who they perceive as their enemy? But MAGA just doesn't understand. Donald Trump does not care about anything. He doesn't stand for anything except himself. And so long as you stroke his ego, so long as he can say he gets all the credit, that's all he cares about. He will side with anybody that agrees to those things. And MAGA are absolutely there losing their minds. And no Trump watch delivery this week will soothe it. Well done, Zoran.
One of my favorite categories of videos online is MAGA fans realizing that Donald Trump is a complete fraud, a total failure who is not doing any of the things he promised to do when he was running for president. And matter of fact, he's doing the exact opposite and enriching himself, his friends, and everyone around him while he does it. And that's exactly what I have for you today. I just came across this video of this MAGA fan, this diehard Trump voter, reacting to Trump's tariffs being deemed illegal and unconstitutional by the Supreme Court, and he's not happy. He says the administration has failed. They've given him and the people around him nothing, and maybe he's not a Trump fan anymore. And I also have some other videos of MAGA fans reacting to some recent news, including the Epstein files, where they are not happy with Donald Trump. So before we do any of that, please make sure to subscribe down below, drop a like on the video, comment, let me know what you think about these clips, and if you'd like to see more of them, I'm happy to bring them to you. I love talking about stuff like this. If you're on Apple or Spotify, please make sure to rate the show 5 stars and follow along. Without further ado, let's get into it. So I actually want to start with this opinion piece from the Wall Street Journal. I only want to read you one paragraph from it, but it's significant. The Wall Street Journal is owned by Rupert Murdoch. Now, the paper is not right-wing by any stretch of the imagination. It's pretty center, but their editorial board, on the other hand, is pretty right-wing. They like Donald Trump, and they just wrote this opinion piece yesterday saying Trump demeans himself as he attacks the Supreme Court. And I just want to read you this first paragraph. Donald Trump owes the Supreme Court an apology. To the individual justices he smeared on Friday and the institution itself. Mr. Trump doubtless won't offer one, but his rant in response to his tariff defeat at the court was arguably the worst moment of his presidency. Now, I don't know if it's the worst moment of his presidency. I think covering up the Epstein files might do that, but to each their own. Everybody has their opinion. At least they're saying it. You know what I mean? At least they're saying it. And so I want to show you this first clip of this guy reacting to the tariffs being struck down, and he's not happy. Not happy even a little bit. Watch.
The Supreme Court has ruled that Trump's tariffs are unconstitutional. Golden age update, guys. We've got nothing. We might have to pay back $150 billion to other countries and nations and businesses. Meanwhile, the American people have been screwed this entire time as prices have went up on the tariffs, and now it's been ruled unconstitutional. So we may be having to pay
the shit.
This administration is a joke. It's over. This administration is an absolute travesty. We've got nothing. No mass deportations. We've got no actual release of the Epstein files. So many more to go. We have no tariffs. They're unconstitutional now. So everything you voted for is a complete lie. Trump is a complete lie. It is ridiculous. I'm tired of it. Welcome to the golden age.
So we've all been saying this for years, by the way, that Donald Trump is a lie. He's a fraud. Everybody around him is a complete fraud. This guy, I guess, is just waking up now because of the Supreme Court, which I don't know why this was the thing to push him over the edge, but I guess it did it. It just sent him over. But the golden age update, you heard it. You know, there's nothing, none of the promises are being fulfilled. Donald Trump is completely backtracking. He hasn't released the Epstein files. Everybody's going to have to pay, or I guess the government has taken all of this money from us. Are they going to give us a refund? Probably not. Probably not. We're going to have to pay the money to other countries, as he just said. He's not happy. And again, I don't know why it's taking people this long to see that Donald Trump is a fraud. It is, though. And he outlines it decently well. That Donald Trump hasn't given anybody anything. The country is not doing anything well. Prices continue to go up, and Donald Trump continues to rake in the cash while everybody else suffers. So love seeing this MAGA guy rage. And the final thing I want to say is, you know, he said everything you voted for is a complete lie. Who's we? Who's you? I didn't vote for this. You did. He's trying to put the onus on other people. He voted for Donald Trump. Don't get it twisted. We didn't. We didn't. He did. So the next clip I want to show you is from another MAGA fan who says the government is a joke full of jesters. So I guess he's insulting them. And let's see what he has to say about Donald Trump and a recent action he took.
I'm not going to lie. I'm pretty pissed off right now. And regardless of politics, every single American should be as well. Donald Trump just issued an executive order designating glyphosate-based herbicides as critical to national defense. The order also grants legal immunity to domestic producers. If you're in the know, immediately you would think, what is RFK doing? Didn't he build his entire reputation?
Donald Trump is losing his base. The MAGA podcasters are running for the hill. You don't get much more MAGA than Liz Wheeler. How MAGA is Liz Wheeler? She was one of the people who showed up at the White House back in February and held up the Epstein files binder. And she goes, I've got the Epstein files exclusive. She held it up with all those other influencers showing what they got. And now here's what she posted. Pam Bondi's testimony was a total disaster. In one exchange, Congressman Jerry Nadler asked Bondi some very straightforward questions. How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have been indicted? How many perpetrators are you even investigating? And in response, Bondi lost it. I didn't hear any number. I didn't hear any explanation. All I heard was a raised tone of voice, hurled insults, a flustered demeanor, and filibustering. And she goes, I don't think the Democrats were acting in good faith, whatever. But she goes, but Bondi's catastrophic showing yesterday and her entire handling of the Epstein files for the last year are exactly what not to do as Attorney General. You were literally there holding the binder. You were one of the people she had back in February. And by the way, here is what Liz Wheeler said on her podcast the other day. Let's play it.
Jamie Raskin jumps in and says, I told you, Attorney General, beforehand not to filibuster. And Pam Bondi then responds very combatively, you don't tell me things, you washed up.
And that is a contempt
whether
of
she's
Congress.
talking to Raskin, whether she's back to talking to Nadler,
And
she says, you're not even
Pam
a
Bondi
lawyer.
committed contempt of
I
Congress.
mean, you want to talk about theatrics here. Here's the thing. She goes, you don't like my answer.
Then you have, here's what Joe Rogan had to say. Let's play it.
So we know Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem sent the torture video to Epstein. This is in 2009. So Epstein was saying that. Where are you? Are you okay? I love the torture video. Jeez. I am in China. I'll be in the U.S. second week of May. What the fuck, man? And why is his name redacted? Why would your name be redacted if you're not a victim? Like, this is what's crazy about all this.
Andrew Scholes, let's play it.
So now that we know that everybody from Trump, Patel, Bondi, Bongino, like everybody that was involved in this, this is just a hoax. We don't have anything. Like
clearly lied.
They're all on record saying versions of
Man,
this.
them tricks
right?
is doing
With the
damage
latest
control,
tranche,
getting they lies
all of that is a
straight.
lie. Yes, right.
Mm-hmm.
Has it been proven effectively that
getting
it's
their lies
complete
straight.
falsehood?
What exactly is falsehood?
The statements that this is just a Democrat hoax and this is, I don't even know what that means.
And then you have the Tommy Lawrence podcast and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Let's play it.
We have the leader of our party and our president attacking Taylor Swift, their favorite artist. It's not very good. It's things like that that are ridiculous. Like,
Okay, I want to show you one of my favorite parts of the Bondi hearing, though. It was Moskowitz's question of Bondi. Let's just play that.
Now, Madam Attorney General, I have like 25 seconds left. So because I'm curious, and I'd like to see you flip to the Jared Moskowitz section of the binder. I'm interested to see what staff provided on the oppo on me. And because we're in the Olympics, I'm going to give it a grade.
A year in and we're in another war and we've got American troops being killed. I think it's time for America to rip the Band-Aid off and we need to have a serious conversation about what the happening to this country and who in the hell are these decisions being made for and who is making these decisions.
I honestly think we're nearing the end of MAGA.
MAGA is, I think people are realizing it was all a lie. It was a big lie for the people. What MAGA is really serving is, in this administration, who they're serving is their big donors. Those are the people that get the special favors, they get the government contracts, they get the pardons, or somebody they love or one of their friends gets a pardon. And it's the foreign countries that are running the show here.
Thought it would be easier talking about leaving MAGA as a 3-time Trump voter than it is, but some of y'all are
Another
really
dumb
mean.
bunny right
and I
here.
get this was me this time last year, but that doesn't matter because again, my feelings matter.
White tears.
Years never mattered. The level of hate I'm getting is unreal. People telling me to have accountability, to put the work into my community instead of coming on the internet and crying for myself. Like, you just don't get it. So much for the tolerant
Gavin
left.
Pukes, man, belongs in fucking jail with
how the right
dump.
describes
They ought to be
how do you
cellmates
not get
right
that
there
this
on
shit
fucking
is
Alcatraz
possible?
Island.
I left MAGA, and here's why. My name is Jenny, and I am former MAGA. I'm 51 years old. I've only been out of MAGA for 2 years. So
You're right, Michael.
I spent the first 49 years of my life
Yeah, she needs to take
in
accountability
the
for that
alt-right,
bullshit.
Christian nationalist, white supremacist, prepping community, eventually becoming a Mormon trad wife. And now I've had a very significant change to my life, my ideology, and my politics. A couple months ago, I decided I wanted to write a letter with Donald Trump right after the inauguration. I did actually email this to the White House and print up a paper copy, put a stamp on it, and mail it to President Trump. Has not responded to it, but I just want to read.
And he ain't gonna respond to it, you dimwit bimbo.
/MAGA.
That shit going straight to goddamn trash
middle school
can.
girl, because they're the queens of breakups, right? Hey, Donald. I know you're busy burning food for Gaza and spray tanning, but I needed to sit you down for a minute and talk about us. This isn't easy. We've been together for a while. I stood by you when everyone said you were unhinged. I defended you at Thanksgiving dinners with my Mitt Romney and Joe DeSantis friends and family. I wore the damn hat. I waved the flag. I thought we were building something real. But the truth is, I was in love with a version of you
I got a
that
bridge
never
in
actually
San Francisco
existed.
for sale I let you have real cheap.
So,
It's
yeah,
called the Golden
I'm breaking
Gate.
up with you. I left MAGA.
And I might as well
here's
sell
why.
you the
Number
Hollywood
one,
sign in
you
Los
loved
Angeles,
me,
too.
then discarded me. And it feels like I'm going to get whiplash. In the beginning, you swept me off my feet. You told me you'd drain the swamp. You said you'd protect the little guy. You promised to bring jobs back and make America great again. You talked tough, and I thought that meant strength. But it was all a show, wasn't it? Turns out you didn't drain the swamp. You are the swamp. You didn't protect the little guy. You handcuffed him in the middle of his kindergarten graduation while giving tax breaks to billionaires. And all that greatness, it was smoke and mirrors, staged for the cameras. I thought you loved America, but really you just love attention. You did all of this so that you could stand on the balcony of the White House with jets flying overhead, wearing that dumb red tie and misshapen suit,
Blind man can
so you
see
could
that
post
shit.
some good selfies to your ex feed. Number two, I lost myself in you. Do you know what it's like to wake up and realize you don't recognize yourself anymore? I used to sort of care about character, about kindness, about truth. But somewhere along the way, after George W. left office, right after Obama,
I think we are closer than ever to the MAGA movement completely crashing and burning right in front of our faces. And I know that's something that people in politics have been saying for years.
Exactly,
It's about to happen.
Breeze.
It's right around the corner. But I think Trump is especially
Breeze.
vulnerable among his base right now, not only because of the Epstein file cover-up and everything that's going on there and Trump's many failures and broken promises, but because of him bombing Iran in the middle of the night, engaging in a war that nobody wants. Today, in the 24 hours after, I have seen so many Trump voters online outright revoking their support for Donald Trump or criticizing him publicly, which is something that many of them have not done before. So I want to show you a couple of videos I found online of people wearing MAGA hats, criticizing Donald Trump for bombing Iran and more. Before I do any of that, though, please make sure to subscribe down below, drop a like on the video, comment. Let me know what you think about the story and everything going on. Let me know what you're seeing online. If you're on Apple or Spotify, please make sure to rate the show 5 stars and follow along.
Man, we
It's an
ain't
incredibly
rating
long way.
shit,
I greatly
Trick.
appreciate
Like
you.
and
And I hope you're
subscribe to
staying sane today and
Frontline
taking
Blacc
care of
News.
yourself, because these topics can be quite heavy and overwhelming. So without further ado, I want to get into it. Let's just start with Marjorie Taylor Greene. I talked about this on the show earlier today, but I came across this tweet as well, where she said, and this has gone viral, 1.1 million views. The Trump administration actually asked in a poll how many casualties voters were willing to accept in a war with Iran. She said, how about 0, you bunch of sick effing liars? She's calling Donald Trump and his team sick effing liars, which I think we all agree on, that they are sick effing liars. But I'm glad she's finally waking up to this realization. We voted for America first and zero wars. And again, I don't want this to come across as me praising Marjorie Taylor Greene, complimenting her as if she's had this tremendous revelation and she's sane. She is not. She is crazy out of her mind. She still very much agrees with Donald Trump on a lot of his policy positions. But when Marjorie Taylor Greene is calling Donald Trump a sick effing liar, that's how you know things are pretty bad. What about Evan Kilgore, a Trump voter who's been supporting Donald Trump? He said on Twitter today, kiss the midterms goodbye. Israel gets what Israel wants. This Trump administration has been a disaster. Only the paid shills and cult members won't admit it. Screw the GOP, America last. What about Owen Schroyer, who used to work at Alex Jones's company, InfoWars? Oh, yeah. That's how insane he is. That's how far right he is. Of course, used to be a huge Trump supporter. And now he posts today, Trump to Iranians, go overthrow your corrupt government, Americans with a corrupt government. And he included this GIF of, a shocked face being like, yes, America has a corrupt government. And this is coming from a very, very far right guy. So these are just a couple of examples on Twitter so far. I talked about even more on the show earlier today, but I'm seeing so many examples of this. But now I want to get into a video where I thought this video was fascinating because it should be like a psychological experiment, a psychological evaluation maybe, where this guy is wearing a MAGA hat. He is still defending Donald Trump. He's one of his biggest fans. His entire social media persona is dedicated to defending Donald Trump. But in this video, he's criticizing Trump without trying to go too hard on him.
You are trying to establish, and I think what the administration is trying to establish, is that Trump, and perhaps people like him, but mostly Trump, is the only legitimate ruler of this country. If you get rid of the idea that everybody should have a say in their society, if you say, well, it's not okay for Fulton County to have voted for Joe Biden. I don't care that they did by almost 12,000 more votes than they voted for Trump. They voted for Trump, but we should get rid of those because Trump really should be the person in charge. And similarly, if you take those ballots and those lists and say, I think we should just get rid of all the people in Fulton County because they tend to vote Democratic. Or I think we should just get rid of all the women, which is not necessarily happening there, but it's happened in other states because they tend to vote Democratic, which they do, by the way. Women began to break away from the Republican Party and switch to the Democratic Party in 1980, and that gap is actually quite large now. What you're saying is that we don't really believe in democracy. We want to make sure we only have our voters show up. And if we don't win, nonetheless, that means that the votes are illegitimate. Even if the person legally voted and all that, by definition, those are illegitimate. And that's a really important concept right now because Donald Trump his popularity has dropped to an average of, I think it's 39.2%. He's underwater on every single issue. They are in real trouble. His mind is deteriorating by the minute as his policies are coming into play. You're seeing things that, of course, are breaking my heart, but it is what it is. This is what he has said he would do, and he did it. The trade agreements that have made America so incredibly prosperous, he just tore up. And now what you're seeing is other countries simply making their own trade agreements without the U.S. So Canada, for example, last week, or maybe it's earlier this week, I've actually lost track of what day it is, made a really big trade agreement with India. And the U.S.
I want to make something very clear. The only reason you're leaving MAGA is because your little life isn't going the way you thought it would under Donald Trump. But you don't give two shits about all the people you hurt with those votes.
No, hell yeah, I laugh at them stupid idiots. I'm laughing at the idiots right now.
Right. Yes, that's true.
It's the first time he got elected.
And no, I don't feel sorry for them whining online and crying and all that. The damage is done. Right. You can't undo your vote now. So why even bother? Right. All right, so you leave MAGA and what now? And what? So I'm not feeling sorry for any of these folks. I don't care how bad they feel over their vote. I could care less. I do not care. Zachariah Williams, thank you so much for your super sticker and support for my channel. Blacc RU365, thank you for your super sticker and your support for my channel. Thank you. You know, what they are doing is just trying to get people to feel sorry for them, because we know they are the people that are not about accountability. They, you know, they got the nerve to tell everybody else to be accountable while they're not accountable for anything. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. I do have one more live coming up, and it's one that's been trending online since the bombing began in Iran, and that is #SendBarron. So that will be at 3:45. I will see you then. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your support. Shalom, family.
Shalom, Lisa. Come on, mouse. Sorry, I'm trying to get this mouse together.
Prince, he's got some ideas about transition. There will be no American boots on the ground. This is not Iraq.
Fuck
This
you. Fuck you, Lindsey Graham.
Yeah, them crocodile tears raised. We ain't got time for that bullshit. All right, Spocky, what are your thoughts on the MAGAs getting MAGA remorse after voting for that?
I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I am loving it. I am loving it. I am loving it. Because these stupid ass motherfuckers went out there and supported this convicted felon of 34 counts blindly. Well, is that going to help white America? You know, they don't know what they're talking about. But one thing about the dump, I will say, he did say that we built this motherfucker, and now I can't take that away from him. But this other shit that he's doing, man, he deserves to go right straight to fucking jail.
Yeah, but in a perfect world, Shabaka.
Well, true that. You know, although more white people are leaving MAGA and vote for Dems in 2026 and 2028, their voting pattern is temporary. Well, see, Michael, like as Brother Chad said it many times, the Democrats, they're the ones who invented the Ku Klux Klan after the Civil War.
Yep.
You say,
them good old Dixiecrats.
Yeah, the Dixiecrats. You know, frog face. Segregation yesterday, segregation day, and segregation tomorrow. He was a Democrat.
Yep. Lyndon B. Johnson was a Democrat.
Oh, yeah. And what did Lyndon B. Johnson say to these poor dumbass crackers? Hey, we can play their pocket, and we'll have them voting Democrat for the next 100 years, I think he said, Brother Chad.
No, he said that about us. He said if it's, by him signing this legislation, it was going to have black people, or rather niggers, voting Democrat for the next 200 years.
Oh, okay.
White folks, he said, convince the lowest white man that he's above any black person.
Right.
Phrasing.
Right.
You could pick his pocket for 50 years.
That's about right. Yeah, and let me see. And Michael says here, Richard Nixon was about the war on drugs.
The war on poverty.
Michael, Richard Nixon, man, actually, I don't know who was the biggest crook. I really don't know. Nixon or Trump. I don't know who's the biggest crook. You know what I'm saying?
I am not a crook.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And Nixon would have been impeached had he would have stayed president, Michael.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But like I said before, and I'm just putting this out here, Brother Che, you can impeach every goddamn president that there is, but the key is you got to get the bastard convicted.
Right. Right. That part.
See, no president has ever been convicted in an impeachment.
Nope, not Clinton.
Yeah.
Clinton.
Let me see. Andrew Johnson.
Andrew Johnson.
Okay. Let me see who else. Okay, wait a minute.
Andrew Jackson.
Yeah. Yeah, and Andrew Johnson, who was the president. Yeah, who was the president after Lincoln. He missed being removed from office by 1 vote.
Wait, you said it was the president after Lincoln? I thought that was Andrew Johnson.
No, yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Andrew Johnson.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because you had an Andrew Jackson, and I'm speaking of Andrew Johnson.
Oh, okay. Hold on, I'm getting all these comments.
We're coming from Michael. Richard Nixon was known as a white supremacist liberal Republican president. Yep.
Yep, he was.
Yeah, but one thing though, you have to give Tricky credit for. He did end the war in Vietnam.
Yeah, he did. It was what, 3 years later. But yeah.
Yep. Richard Nixon was known as a white supremacist liberal Republican president. They're the trick word, minority.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's that broad ambiguous language we're always talking about.
Yeah. And Dr. Newton proved that any statute or law that is so ambiguous that cannot be understood by the common man is not a statute.
Right. He started in after he was caught lying under Nixon and we invaded
Cambodia. Okay. Say there wasn't supposed to be a war in Cambodia.
No. Or Laos.
Right.
All right, so moving along, we got this war in Iran. It's kicked off. And the dump is saying he's not ruling out boots on the ground.
Right.
So Lisa's going to give us an update on that, and I'll be right back, Shabaki.
All right.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Well, this war is not turning out well for America at all. And we're going to get into a lot of things, especially over the next 24 hours. I was looking at the foreign minister for Iran. He was on an interview, and he was explaining why they will not do a ceasefire with Donald Trump. Apparently, Donald Trump did 2 ceasefires with them in the past, and both times when they were in the middle of negotiating, the United States bombed them. So he was like, then what was the point in, doing a ceasefire and you're going to bomb us anyway? That's why they said they will not do any ceasefires with Donald Trump, because he's done that to them twice. So, it explains everything. And now Donald Trump has been babbling about ground troops, and it's because they are running out of missiles, y'all. So they're not going to be able to keep up an air defense for a long period of time. So, ammo is low. So that's why he's talking about going to the ground. And I'm telling you, that's when the casualties will skyrocket. I don't think just for America, but for Israel too. It's going to skyrocket. Because you see how hard Iran is defending themselves with all the airstrikes. They are really going all out defending themselves. And they're not going to do any less when it comes down to any type of conflict on the ground. And Donald Trump absolutely underestimated this, because on Sunday, when him and Netanyahu bombed Iran, Donald Trump even said he thought it was going to be like Venezuela. First of all, that's so dumb. Venezuela and Iran are nothing alike.
Right.
Okay? And that's why I said, just because he got Maduro out of office, his head done got swollen. You know, it might have been easy for you in those Latino nations, and quite frankly, they don't want to fight their white savior. So I think you could probably defeat any of those Latin American countries because, they probably feel if they fight hard, then they're harming their white mommy and white daddy. So you ain't got to worry about them. Iran, on the other hand, they don't give a crap about that mess. All right. They take on a whole different attitude from Venezuela. So I think a ground fight is going to really wipe out the military. I really do. One thing, you are at a disadvantage. That's why they didn't win Afghanistan and Iraq, y'all, because you're in a foreign land. Those people know how to run and hide. They know the terrains. Our people don't know the country that well, and you're really sending them off to be slaughtered. And I don't see going to any type of ground defense is going to be in the favor of the U.S. at all. I think it's suicide. I really do. Yeah. And I would hate to see it come down to that. Do I think Donald Trump would go there? Yes. Donald Trump ain't putting nothing on the line. None of his family is there. He's not sacrificing anything. So, and he doesn't care about all of these other families that are out here, that may not even, a lot of times these folks come from areas of the country where they don't have a lot of money. They're poor. And so their alternative is joining the military. So he doesn't care about those kind of folks. And he doesn't care how many of them get sacrificed.
Nope.
So do I think the war will escalate? Absolutely. I don't think this is going to be over. Donald Trump talking about some 4 or 5 weeks. This ain't going to be over in those 4 or 5 weeks. It's not, y'all. This thing is going to, I would not be surprised when we get to 2027, this is still going on. I do not believe this is going to be over in weeks. So, of course, the videos are coming out about Sin Baron, so that's really exploding all over social media, and these rich people do need to send their children. You want everybody else to be out there falling and dying, but your kids get to be safe and at home? Nah. That should never have been allowed in this country. If you're going to draft, everybody is subjected to be drafted. Now, I was listening to, was it the Midas Touch? It was one of these, I can't remember which one it was. But do you know, number one, Donald Trump's father was born here in the U.S. And you know why Donald Trump's father was in the U.S.? He left, I think he was in Germany. He left Germany because he was about to get drafted into the military. And his father got him out of that nation and shipped him off here to the U.S. So Donald Trump got a family history of ducking and dodging from fighting in the military. According to what they're saying, his grandfather avoided fighting in the military, his father avoided it, and then Donald Trump avoided fighting in the military. So he got a long history of avoiding the military, draft dodging, all of them. So the men in his family are draft dodgers. So it should be no shock that Barron can't go because of this and that reason. We know he ain't sending Barron, even though he should. All right, y'all, let me go ahead and share my screen. Let's see here. Yep. All right. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. And today, the shampoo has gone up for sale, 25% off at all 3 of my stores, Etsy, Shopify, and TikTok Shop. So grab it up while you can. Thank you, everybody, for the ones.
We have some major news right now. Donald Trump is not ruling out putting boots on the ground in Iran this morning as he tells Jake Tapper, quote, "The big wave is yet to come." Clearly, things are escalating, not de-escalating in the region. Trump spoke with the New York Post this morning, not ruling out putting boots on the ground if necessary, saying that the operation was, quote, "way ahead of schedule," and proceeding to say, quote, "I don't have the yips with respect to boots on the ground. Like every president says, there will be no boots on the ground. I don't say it. I say probably don't need them, or if they were necessary." Now, meanwhile, he told Jake Tapper that a big wave is set to come. What that means is unclear. What it does mean is that strikes will increase in Iran, likely over the next day to several days, not decrease, as the United States continues its bombing campaign throughout Tehran. Spread the word. Follow along for more.
It's Monday after everything went down this weekend with Iran. What do you think is the likelihood that we're going to end up with boots on the ground over there? And that's kind of what people are scared of, like our troops.
I have no idea. People are already getting, it's already casualties right now. I don't know. I don't think so. But then again, who knows? There's a huge move for you to put boots on the ground, right? This is like targeted airstrikes versus putting boots on the ground is a whole different world. And the way this was done without congressional approval, or even getting other parts of the government that are supposed to be involved in war involved, I don't think so. I don't think that's part of the plan. Even if people are saying there's no plan right now, there's no bigger plan because nothing is said. But I think they're far away from doing that because politically, that's a whole different situation when you do that. I mean, you could say right now you're putting definitely our military in harm's way because you're attacking, but boots on the ground is I think it's a whole different concern because then all the concerns about, is this going to be another what? Iraq, another Afghanistan? What is this going to look like, right? And with those instances in the past in history, those were all the international community came together and supported us doing it. And then there was coalitions going in for us just to go with who and how. I think that's just, I don't think that's realistic, but then again, what do I know? We'll see.
If there had been a briefing, if there had been full disclosure of the state of negotiations or an assessment of Iran's nuclear program, would Democrats have been persuadable to support military action? I ask that because the Biden administration initially had reached out to Iran to try to get to a negotiated deal, and they weren't able to get one, in part because they weren't willing to lift sanctions off of the IRGC. So, in other words, are we just in a place where military conflict or confrontation was inevitable and it just happened to land on Donald Trump's watch?
Donald Trump precipitated this crisis, right? He inherited a nuclear agreement that was working, that had put Iran more than a year away from a nuclear weapon. The JCPOA. Against the advice of his advisors, he tossed that agreement out, which brought us to this moment.
It would have expired by now.
But I think Iran would have certainly been willing to extend those provisions if we were still in the agreement. Mm-hmm. But second, there is no history, there is no experience that shows an air campaign alone will result in positive regime change. In fact, there's not a single example of it in the entirety of American history. An air campaign without at least the threat of a ground invasion, which the administration is ruling out, never results in a democratic rebirth in an authoritarian country. So the plan they have laid out, sustained airstrikes without a ground invasion, is destined to fail. All that will happen at the end of this, most likely, listen, I'm rooting for democracy in Iran, but the most likely outcome here is that hardliners take over the government, they restart their missile program, they restart their nuclear program, and we're just right back at bombing them again and putting American lives and regional lives at risk again in a year or two.
Boots on the ground in Iran.
The President of the United States warned the American public that there could be casualties, American casualties. Does that mean the U.S. is putting boots on the ground?
No, Margaret. The president has been clear that what we should expect to see is an extended air and naval campaign that's designed not only to continue to set back Iran's nuclear ambitions, but most importantly, to destroy its vast missile arsenal. Many more missiles than the United States and Israel have air defenses combined, as well as the missile launchers and its missile manufacturing capability. Now, obviously, one risk of that kind of campaign is that an aircraft could be shot down and the president would never leave a pilot behind. So no doubt we have combat search and rescue assets in the region that are prepared to go in and track getting down the pilot. But barring that kind of unusual circumstance, Margaret, the president has no plan for any kind of large-scale ground force inside of Iran.
Oh, and that last thing, boots on the ground. You're talking to a guy that actually participated in the largest boots on the ground operation in modern history, Operation Desert Storm. It took us months to flow in these troops, and we flew them in a permissive environment, meaning we were landing at airports that were not being shelled or shut down. We were docking at ports that were not being attacked. We aren't going to get any troops. We're not going to get any significant boots on the ground. It would require a assault from the sea to seize either Chabahar or Bandar Abbas. You're also talking to a guy that actually planned assault from the seas to seize Chabahar and Bandar Abbas back when that was one of the things that we were training to do in the mid-1980s through the Rapid Deployment Force. We don't have the resources to do it. So Donald Trump is just blowing smoke at you. He's lying through his teeth. We simply can't. In order to do this, we would have to delay this war by, 9 months at a minimum. And we've already engaged. The Iranians aren't stopping. Even if we pull back and stop bombing them, they will continue to strike until everything is destroyed. There will be no compromise. This is an existential war of survival. Only one winner emerges from this.
What about the talk of special forces? I know they're probably maybe Azerbaijan or Turkmenistan. I mean, is there any factor they could play in this?
On the side of the United States?
Yes.
I mean,
they talk. I mean, it sounds crazy, but they were the terrain. Yes, everything sounds. But like they were talking about this as a very serious thing in the New York Times weeks before this all went down.
No, I'm not. In 2005, I went to Fort Leavenworth, the School of Advanced Military Studies, where I was a guest speaker. And when I went in...
Let me start with the big question. Is the United States at war with Iran?
I think the Ayatollah would say, yeah. I don't know if this is technically a war, but here's what I can say the headline is for me Sunday. The mothership of terrorism is sinking. The captain is dead. The largest state sponsor of terrorism, Iran, is close to collapsing. The leader of the largest state sponsor of terrorism and his inner team are dead. The mothership that fuels the proxies is in sinking mode. The goal of this operation is to change the threat, not the regime.
Yeah. Will the United States pick the next leader of Iran, or will the Iranian people pick the next leader?
I talked to the Crown Prince. He's got some ideas about transition. There will be no American boots on the ground. This is not Iraq. This is not Germany. This is not Japan. We're going to free the people up from the terrorist regime. And the goal is not only to help the Iranian people to chart a new destiny, but make sure no matter who takes over in Iran, no matter who it is, no matter who the people pick, they cannot become the largest state sponsor of terrorism. They can't fuel Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Hamas. They can't have ballistic missiles. They can't have a nuclear weapon. They will be out of the terrorism business. So the people will pick. As to the people, choose wisely. We want to be your friend. We'd like to have a good relationship with you going forward, but that is up to you.
How will the United States make sure that the next Iranian government isn't worse than the current regime?
It's not our job to pick the next Iranian government.
Yep, they did, Breeze. That's true.
Now, y'all, what he's saying, Lindsey Graham, I still can't get past the fact that this man's name is Lindsey, of all things. Anyway, what he's saying is a load of BS. Let me tell you something. I was looking at a report about 2 days ago. Donald Trump wants a say in the leadership.
No, I wasn't in PE. I was in first period. I was in my world history class when I found out about 9/11, Michael. They were like, "Oh, something serious is happening in New York."
Yeah.
And they turned the damn TV on, and all we seen was the damn planes crashing into the towers.
Right.
It was like, oh shit, they coming here next. They're gonna hit what? Buckley Air Force Base, then Fort Carson down in Colorado Springs. They're like, oh shit, we got all these military installations out here.
Yeah, and they shut down all the airports throughout the nation. I remember that.
Yeah, we thought we were next. We're like, oh shit, they coming to Colorado next.
Yeah. But the
In
thing
Iran.
is, I don't understand
He
that two of these motherfuckers is up there with box cutters, and I don't understand why they didn't get their asses whooped.
Right.
Something don't add up with that.
A lot of the stuff don't add up, Shabaka.
Yeah.
First of all, how the hell the building collapsed, and it looked like a demolition.
No, it was. They were imploded.
No, but it looked like it was imploded from the inside out.
Right. That's what I'm talking about, Brother Che.
Like, remember when the dude tried to blow the towers up?
Yeah.
He blew the damn van up or whatever.
Yeah.
Nothing happened.
Yeah, that was the sheet, the
But
blind
then all of
sheet.
a sudden, these planes hit the towers, and I seen
Right.
those towers. I seen the towers before they went down. 'Cause I was in New York like a year or two prior.
Mm-hmm.
So when they went down, I was like, this didn't make no sense how they went down.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say upset. I was like kind of surprised. I wouldn't say upset.
Yeah.
I thought they was coming for us next.
Yeah. And then I remember some friends and we lit candles, you know. We lit candles the night it happened, you know, for those that died.
I mean, I was 14 at the, I was 13. No, I had just turned 14.
Let me see, how old the fuck was I? If I'm not mistaken, I think I was 42 when it happened.
Yeah, you were a couple years older than me than what I am now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I was 42. Yeah.
Well, it was a recession under Reagan too.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see what Lindsey Graham what else he got to say.
There's another
Say
line.
and who's going to replace the supreme leader that just died.
No, Michael, I didn't.
And Donald Trump can't have no say over there in no Muslim world. They're not going to accept that from Donald Trump. But he was talking like that just maybe like 2 days ago. And he's like, oh, well, they don't have no, that's a lie. They got plenty of interest. See, because this is why the U.S. have been able to thrive all over the world by having all these different puppet governments in place. So that's why he wants a say in it. He wants a puppet government. So whenever he needs oil and anything else from that region, he can easily get what he wants with no pushback.
You had already been deployed.
Well, look,
so Bruce is a war
that
veteran.
Ayatollah,
Yes,
his son from what I was reading, will be taking over. So his son is going to become the supreme leader. So no, Donald Trump, that means no, you killed that man's father. He's not going to sit there and be your puppet. So I don't know. I'm just telling y'all, I just think this ground invasion, see, Donald Trump will say he's not going to do, because we know Donald Trump. We know his ass. Donald Trump will tell you he's not going to do something, and then next you'll hear in the news about him doing exactly what he said he's not going to do. Look, he ran for president saying that there would be no wars from his administration.
Comments in the YouTube
Once
chat.
he was in, there's no wars. And he has done nothing but run around attacking every damn body. And really want to get at us American citizens more too.
Okay.
You know, and that was the big reason why they had to pull ICE out of Minnesota before even getting a lot of the deportations done, because they started attacking American citizens and it looked bad.
It's like 10 more minutes left.
So trust me, if he could figure out a way to get the military on these streets to come at us, he would do it without a hesitation. But you can't believe what Donald Trump says. I mean, he has done this multiple times, claiming he's not going to do A, B, and C, and then he does it.
To Afghanistan, yep.
Donald Trump is like the rest of his people. There's nothing peaceful about Edom. We already know that. He's going to be acting like this until the Most High steps in and just takes this entire kingdom away from them. Once he steps in and takes the Gentile world away from them, then we should start seeing peace on earth. But we're not going to see it as long as these folks remain in power. It's not coming. It has not come for 400 years, and it's not coming now. And it's just like the Bible says, they speak peace, but always got war in their heart. You know, oh, we need peace. They don't know nothing about no damn peace.
Right.
Nothing. They haven't shown this world peace since they came into power. And they're still not showing anybody what peace look like. So, no. We'll see how long it's going to take them to organize and get a ground troop in there, because I really believe it's going to happen. You can't do an entire war from the air. At some point in time, you got to get troops on the ground. And troops on the ground in the Middle East has not been a good thing for America. Okay? No matter what, you cannot erase Afghanistan. You cannot erase Iraq. They didn't win either one of those wars. They didn't win. And there were a lot of casualties. And I remember in the beginning, they were showing on the news all of the pictures of these soldiers that fell. And then when it got to be too much, they yanked it off the news. And they're going to do the same thing with this. When it gets to be where the numbers are going up and it looks bad for the U.S., they'll just pull the whole thing off the news. That's how they operate in this country. You got to remember who's running these news organizations. It sure is not us.
Right.
And these people are all about hiding things.
Yep.
Especially if it don't look like it's good in their favor.
That's right.
So... Libra Justice, thank you so much for your support for my channel. Did you see those 2 videos of the former Marine veteran having his arm broken during a meeting with Air Force generals? Yes, I did see that. I saw that yesterday.
Yeah, well, that bomb rushed his ass up out of there.
Yeah, that was crazy. But yeah, he said he was not for having doing a war with Israel. And, you know, he was against the war and they tried to escort him out and it got a bit crazy in them trying to get him out.
The Marine did that to himself.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I see it, so I don't know.
I just pray it's not a lot of our people, but I know that's not going to be true because a lot of people in our community are in the military, whether we like it or not. There are many that are there, and I would just hate to see them having to go in there on the ground, and just the thought of it. Just the thought of it. Yeah, I heard him, Sonia. He sure did say get rid of Israel. And he's not the only one. I heard other people say that on video, that it is time for the U.S. to sever ties with Israel. So, I mean, I have heard that on other videos. You know, a lot of people are coming to that consensus because they don't see the value in remaining you know, allies with Israel. There's a lot of people now coming to the forefront to express that. So,
about time.
You know, I mean, they're just looking at this relationship and feel that things are just not right. One of many ancestral shadows, thank you for the super chat, the hatred in their faces, trying to remove him. Yes, exactly. Sure was.
80 years, 78 years.
Yeah, I have a cousin in the Navy, and I have a couple of cousins in the Army. So
58 years, Brother Chad.
yeah, so I would have, I got family. I don't know if they'll be going over there, but I got family in the military. Definitely. Many of us do.
78.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Well, I know
you're right.
online, y'all, I'm seeing a lot of our brothers go on video saying if there's a draft, they're not going.
Right.
If there's a draft, they're not going. And I'm hearing a lot of our melanated brothers get on video, and this is what they're saying. Y'all can have all the drafts you want. I'm not going.
Pro-war for
So,
financial reasons.
and that's another thing I'm starting to hear a lot online. Mm-hmm. Well, thank you, dark skin brother. I'm praying for them too, because
That's dark.
you know,
That's me.
a war is no joke.
Okay.
It is no joke. Mm-hmm.
She's just answering comments.
So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Now, my next one, I sure hope you're here. It is Valentina Gomez. Y'all remember that racist Colombian woman? Well, she ran for office. She ran for Congress in Texas. So she was in Missouri. She didn't win there. I think she was running for secretary. Like,
oh shit! I don't know why.
So no.
Come on, Mouse.
We'll see how long it's going to take them to organize. A lot of our melanated brothers get on video, and this is what they're saying. Y'all can. A war is no joke. It is no joke. Congress in Texas. So she was in Missouri. She didn't win there. I think she was running for Secretary of State and lost. And then she carpet bagged her way over to Texas and attempted to run for Congress. And man, she got slaughtered. She got slaughtered. Plus, the candidate that did win, Donald Trump endorsed them.
Yeah.
So she's now trying to claim that the election was rigged. Don't nobody have to rig no election against that chick. Nobody likes her. So you don't have to rig anything. So that will be at 1:45, ladies and gentlemen. So I will see you then.
No.
Have a wonderful afternoon. Shalom, family.
Okay, and on that note there, Brother Che, I'm going to bid you all a good night.
Okay, thank you, Shabaka. Give us your closing out.
Okay, on my closing point right here, man, you know, what's going on in Iraq is ludicrous, man, and it can go all kind of bad ways. Donald Trump is a crook. He belongs to go right straight to fucking jail, and they need to impeach his ass. But the key is you could have all the impeachments you want. The key is to get the motherfucker convicted. You see what I'm saying? That's the only way he can be removed, you know? So for all you mega idiots out there that voted for that dumb bastard, you're more stupid than he is. And remember, Donald Duck said you got a lot of stupid people in politics.
Yep.
His election and his reselection proved that. So I have no sympathy for you mega rats. You know what I'm saying?
What are your thoughts on the boots on him not rolling out boots on the ground in Iran?
Okay, another tragedy to get ready to happen, man. If he does that, it'll be just like Vietnam. And keep in mind that this son of a bitch got 5 deferments from the Vietnam conflict. Yeah, see, so he's a president who has no military experience. At least Nixon had military experience. Kennedy did. Eisenhower did. Yeah, Bush Senior did. Yeah. And even that old senile motherfucker Ronald Reagan did.
Yeah.
See, so, you know, and I'm just sad that they lost a lot.
Military experience?
I don't think Slick Willie had any military experience.
Okay. And we know Sambo didn't either.
Yeah, Sambo didn't.
What about Biden? What about Sleepy Demetrius, Jim Crow Biden?
Okay, I think Sleepy Joe did do some military. Hold on, let me pull it up. Okay. Sleepy Joe in military. Okay, Sleepy Joe in.
Oh, Bree said Reagan didn't either.
No, Reagan did. Okay, but see, he was
National Guard.
But Reagan, you got to remember, was a movie actor during that time. So they had a lot of those movie actors like Tyrone Power, Reagan go off into the military, but they were never put in no combat zones.
Oh, okay, they never got combat.
Right.
Okay. I never faced combat.
Yeah.
Democrats more than likely progressive Democrats.
Yeah.
Bush, yeah, he did. Yeah, Daddy Bush, yeah. What about Junior Bush?
Junior Bush was in the Air National Guard, man. I think he had some shit with him going AWOL, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
No, Michael, he didn't. Let me see. Okay. Joe Biden's military record.
Yeah.
Joe Biden's military service. Joe Biden did not serve in the military.
Oh.
Now get this. He received multiple draft deferments during the Vietnam War due to his educational status and a medical condition.
Oh, so he's a draft dodger too.
Yeah, he received 5 draft deferments while attending college and law school. Initially, these deferments were granted due to his status as a student at the University of Delaware and later at Syracuse University College of Law. In '68, Biden underwent a medical examination that led to his classification as 1Y, meaning he could only be drafted in the event of a national emergency. This classification was attributed to his history of asthma as a teenager, which ultimately disqualified him from military service.
Interesting. Okay.
Okay, his son, Beau Biden, was a member of the Delaware Army National Guard and served in Iraq.
Okay. Yeah, JFK had military experience.
Yeah, he served in World War II.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, JFK did serve in World War II.
My great grandfather served in World War II.
Yeah, my daddy served in World War II.
Vietnam.
Yeah, I had 2 cousins that served in Vietnam. Okay, wait a minute. Michael had a question up here that says, Shabaka, were you surprised that Clinton did not engage us in serious foreign conflicts despite not serving in the military? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Okay.
No, I'm not surprised either.
Yeah. No, I'm not. Old Slick Willie.
Okay, so we're gonna bid you a good night. Make sure you hit the clock ahead an hour.
Yes, sir. Okay, the computer's going to do that automatically in an hour, and I think the cell phones is going to do it as well.
Yeah, it's
okay.
10 minutes away for us.
Yep. Okay. All right, so I'm going to bid everybody a good night. Okay, Michael. And thanks for having me on, and I'll give you a call tomorrow.
Okay. Have a
All
good
right.
night, Michael.
You too.
Staying up with us.
Yes, sir. All right, take care.
All right, so we're going to move to the next topic. Unless Lady Che got something to add on this. All right, so the next topic is Jonathan Majors. You know, Creed, Black Panther. Jonathan Majors' next movie is for the Daily Wire. Oh, George Bush Sr. also had, we know that. Yeah, Daddy Bush. Wasn't Daddy Bush in Vietnam too? All right, so Professor Black Truth gonna give us an update on Jonathan Majors' next movie. Is for Daily Wire.
I'm the Professor, and this is the moment of truth. Jonathan Majors, you're going out sad. We've been talking about the movies recently, but there's one story that I feel I would be remiss if I didn't speak on it. As we all know, Jonathan Majors' career was flying high. He was playing a lot of high-profile characters from Creed to Kang the Conqueror, and yet in a single instant, his career was destroyed by an accusation of assaulting a white woman. You look at the video of the incident, and he's running from this woman over what seems to be half a Manhattan while she's chasing after him. If anything, he should have been the one filing charges. This doesn't constitute assault, even in Gloria Allred's fetid imagination, but for the white authorities, it's not about the law, it's about the color of the accused. And that's the reason why the same New York prosecutors who conveniently could never convict the likes of Daniel Penny or the thug cop Daniel Pantaleo, and who refused to bring a prosecution against Mia Ponsetto, who actually did assault someone, a black child in that case, all of a sudden those same prosecutors figured out how to charge someone, how to indict them, how to convict them, and for what? Nobody knows. I put Jonathan Majors in the same category as a Shannon Sharp. This is what happens when you don't control the people who you let in your circle. And just to show how far he's fallen and how fast, now it's been reported that he's going to be making a flick for the Daily Wire of all people. If this is what you got to do to find work, just find another line of work to be in. Ben Shapiro, he's not the end of the line for someone's career. This is what happens after you already get kicked off the bus, when you don't have a career to begin with. It is truly sad when this is what someone's been reduced to. And why would somebody of Jonathan Majors' caliber even be involved with a bunch of scumbags and rank amateurs like them? Well, let's just suspend disbelief and common sense while we're at it, and let's imagine what could have brought Jonathan Majors to this point. Why would someone of his caliber have anything to do with the lowly likes of BS? Ben Shapiro doesn't have any wins under his belt in Hollywood. He's a racist podcaster, full stop. He's not a Hollywood screenwriter, he's not a Hollywood director, and he's certainly not a Hollywood producer. And none of the people around him has any clout either. I looked up the names of the people who are supposed to be making, well, whatever this is, and I didn't see any names of any substance. Certainly nothing like a Ryan Coogler or even a Michael Bay or even a George Lucas for that matter. You know, real Hollywood talent, real people who actually make real movies and not right-wingers making vanity projects. Now, I looked at those names of who's supposed to be working on this, and basically it's pretty much the same gang of Z-list hacks who Shapiro had make that Gina Carano Western, you know, the one that only made $800 at the box office. Because, hey, when your grift involves you saying that any movie that doesn't have a white male as the lead is going to crash and burn, nothing shows Hollywood how it's done quite like putting a white woman as the lead and making no money at all. Just keep in mind, people like Ben Shapiro, Michael Knowles, and these other right-wing nuts, these clowns are all failed Hollywood talent. All of them at some point or another had tried to make it into the entertainment industry, and all of them failed, and all of them have been nursing a grudge ever since. So, because they were rejected by Hollywood, the place they wanted to get into, and they were also rejected by audiences and decent society, and in many cases their parents, they've been trying to get revenge by attacking that same industry in general and any non-white males in that industry in specific. Which makes it doubly perverse that Jonathan Majors would have anything to do with these creeps, because if they had their way, he wouldn't have a career at all. People like Ben Shapiro have attacked literally everything that Jonathan Majors has been in, including those Marvel movies. So it's very sad that this is who he's palling around with these days. This isn't a comeback, it's a setback. You know, I thought I'd read a couple of years back, more or less, that Jonathan Majors was going to be in a movie in Europe somewhere. There was a film called Merciless that he was reportedly supposed to have been headlining about 2 years ago. Now, the guy who directed Dune was supposed to be directing this movie too, but that was the last that anybody heard of that project. And I guess that's about the last time that anybody heard about Jonathan Majors' name being attached to any sort of project either. And after 4 years with no work and having had his career destroyed by the white media, all I can think of is that his bread's a little bit low, because seriously, that's about the only thing that I can think of that would actually motivate a move like this. Because what would make anyone think that a two-bit nobody like Ben Shapiro can create a lane for you? He hasn't been able to make a lane for anyone else. Hell, he can't even make a lane for himself. The only skill, if it can be called that Ben Shapiro has, is just like Barry Weiss, another talentless nobody. He knows how to ask rich Zionists for money, or in his case, fracking billionaires from Texas, ask them to go ahead and throw a couple of dollars his way. He knows how to do that. But as far as anything else beyond that, no, this is not somebody who's a creative person. What he does is the opposite of creativity. And Jonathan Majors, there would be less humiliation in it for him if he made a YouTube video with an iPhone. Because when you throw in your lot with the likes of Ben Shapiro, that doesn't tell anybody that you're trying to get some sort of brilliant second launch to your career. What it signals instead is that you've given up. I guess it just goes to show how quickly you can go from an A-list to under the bottom of the barrel. I, for one, don't have any ill will towards Jonathan Majors necessarily. Personally, I wouldn't mind seeing him get his career back on track, though of course it would never be what it was ever again. Black talent is as common as table salt, but one of the things white power loves to do is to make an example out of somebody. So it's in their interest to go ahead and make you famous, make you prominent, go ahead and plaster your face everywhere. That way, when they inevitably get ready to crush you, they can say, look at how far this guy's fallen. And I, for one, find it strangely telling that the likes of Tyler Perry or Byron Allen haven't thrown him any sort of lifeline. But at least in the case of Tyler Perry, we can certainly guess why that is. Tyler Perry's audience is primarily comprised of the shea butter contingent, the exact same kind of individuals who, even though Jonathan Majors has got himself a black significant other now, they're going to remember this guy previously was running around with blonde-haired white women, so it's hard to see them forming a new core audience for him. And in the case of Byron Allen, as we all know, the only person that Byron Allen is looking to do anything for is Byron Allen. That's the problem with all of these black celebrities. They're all trying to become auxiliaries of the white media, but the white media has no permanent plans for any of them. They're just waiting and looking for you to slip up or do something they can get you on. And after that, it's time for a feeding frenzy. Meanwhile, you got all of these white stars and all of these white celebrities running around being accused of real crimes, stuff far more serious than the controversy that Jonathan Majors was accused of. You got these white actors accused of everything from assault in the case of Shia LaBeouf to rape in the case of Danny Masterson to killing people in the case of Alec Deadeye Baldwin. And yet not one of those white actors has been dragged through the mud anywhere near as badly or as long as Jonathan Majors. You would think that there would be round-the-clock coverage of Danny Masterson. We would be getting all kinds of documentaries about him and shows, but nope, instead, down the memory hole it goes. That's deliberate. Mel Gibson was not merely accused of being a racist and an anti-Semite and being involved with domestic violence, but it was proven that he was a racist and anti-Semite, and there's all kinds of recordings about him yelling at his ex-wife, girlfriend, whatever the hell his relationship with that woman was. And yet, angry phone recordings that lent a hell of a lot of credibility to a claim of domestic violence wasn't enough to keep Hollywood from bringing Mel Gibson back and having his old buddy Robert Downey Jr. put in the good word for him. Robert Downey Jr. is Jewish, by the way. So that was his way of basically saying, well, folks, don't call him an anti-Semite anymore. You know, I'm his Jewish buddy, and I'm going to go ahead and vouch for him. Meanwhile, with Jonathan Majors, nobody's vouching for him. Michael B. Jordan doesn't dare mention his name. You don't have anybody else mentioning him either. And it's doubly perverse when you consider the fact that Agent DuVernay, Ava DuVernay, she had no problem praising the likes of Harvey Weinstein. And yet the same Ava DuVernay knows better than to say anything about Jonathan Majors. Yeah, because they understand the racial status quo that the white media requires. So all of these Negroes are going to be sitting on the sidelines, and Jonathan Majors finds himself completely and thoroughly abandoned and isolated. Maybe that's the real reason that he's doing this, because he feels completely and thoroughly alone. So at this point, what does it matter? Hopefully, whatever this is for the Daily Wire, hopefully it doesn't happen. But even if it does, nobody's going to remember it, which means Jonathan Majors won't have to suffer for long if this is a one-off. But God forbid if he has to keep making anything for the Daily Wire. He's not going to reinvent himself. Stacey Dash proved that one. And these people don't want him around. For Ben Shapiro, it's the same grift that he did with Gina Carano. He wants somebody with some sort of name recognition that he can hopefully use to drive subscriptions for his little website, which is dying before his eyes. But his audience is already primed to be anti-Black as hell by him. He's a pathetic, feckless racist, and standing next to Jonathan Majors is not going to get the stink off of him, though it will have people holding their noses whenever Jonathan Majors walks by in the future. Well, at this point, I think that we can go ahead and call a time of death for Jonathan Majors' career, because instead of him trying to basically get his career back on track, now he's going to try to see if he can dig it out of its own grave. He would have been better off just not making anything as opposed to doing something with Ben Shapiro. This is more embarrassing than what passes for Steven Seagal's career. But this is just the proof that if you're a Black person in the white media, your future is not your own. Your career isn't your own either. These Negroes in the white media, especially in Hollywood, they are deathly afraid of any sort of white disapproval, specifically for what's happening to Jonathan Majors. That's the reason that they're doing that to him, just to remind them, if you do anything that we don't like, we can go ahead and crush you and move right on making our money, because there's going to be plenty of Negroes lined up with their 8x10 glossies or their demo tape trying to see if they can become the next Jonathan Majors. And in a way, all of them are right, because the white media is always waiting to do the same thing to them that it did to Jonathan Majors. Always waiting to take some unsuspecting Negro and turn their lives from a success story to a cautionary tale. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Anthony Pollard, L. Wilson, Sakina Collins, Earth Angel, and Billionaire 718. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
That's right, Professor. So damn, Jonathan Majors, you sold out, man. Damn. Like every other tool, you gonna get broken. God damn. When you did that Vogue magazine, when they had you pinned up like a broad, should already know. But thank you for that, Professor. All right, so daylight saving time just happened out here. So it's now 3 a.m. So I got one more topic, and then we're going to end this thing. So the last topic of the night is rapper Afroman. Says a lawsuit brought against him. Says a lawsuit has been brought against him by the Adams County deputies. Violates his freedom of speech. So because I got high, artist, rapper, Afroman is now being sued by Adams County, not our Adams County, the Adams County in Ohio, Cincinnati, Ohio.
This outfit represents the freedom of speech.
New tonight, rapper Afroman is speaking out ahead of his trial this month.
This suit just made me smile. He is being sued by Adams County Sheriff's deputies for using a video of them raiding his home in 2022 in one of his music videos.
Afroman filed his own counterclaims against the officers, but a judge recently dismissed those claims without a hearing.
In an interview you'll only see right here on Fox 19 now, Alexis Martin sat down with the Afroman to talk about the raid, the lawsuit, why it was thrown out, and what happens next.
This all started in August of 2022 when Adams County deputies raided the rapper's home, causing significant damage. Afroman says he turned that experience into music, using his own security footage from the raid in a music video to help pay for the repairs. Now he says the lawsuit against him isn't just about the money. He believes it's a violation of his freedom of speech.
Should have freedom of speech. I should be allowed to sing about my life. And police officers that violate my home, steal my money, should not be allowed to sue me.
In August of 2022, Adams County deputies raided the home of Joseph Foreman, better known as the rapper Afroman. They had a search warrant tied to an investigation into possible drugs and kidnapping victims.
They didn't charge me for any crimes. They didn't find no large amounts of marijuana or whatever narcotic they were saying. They didn't find any kidnapping victims.
Afroman was never charged with a crime after the raid. Deputies seized thousands of dollars in cash that was later returned, but Afroman says about $400 was never recovered. The raid also left damage throughout his home, and he says the department told him it was not responsible for paying for the repairs.
The guy started laughing and waddling in his head. He goes, "We're not required to do that." And they were unapologetic.
Afroman used his own security footage from the raids and a music video to make money to pay for the damages sustained to his home.
I got freedom of speech, and then I used my personal life to write my music. I was going to clean my room. But then I got, will you help me repair my gate? Will you help me repair my door? I'm singing about what actually happened to me.
Deputies who appear in the video are now suing the rapper for the damages caused by their faces being in the videos.
Hey, we raid your house, we steal your money, we disconnect your cameras. Now we need to sue you for saying something about it.
Afroman filed a countersuit for the damages to his home, and Judge Jonathan Hines dismissed those charges in February.
They dismissed all of my claims with the click of a mouse in some little office somewhere without a hearing.
Afroman believes this lawsuit violates his free speech rights as an American and as a working artist in the United States.
As a working rapper that raps for a living and pays taxes to America with rap money, I need raw materials. Raw materials is my life experiences.
26 years.
I reached out to the judge about the dismissal as well as the attorney for the deputies and the Adams County Sheriff's Office. So far, we have not received a response to Afroman's claims. The trial in the deputies' lawsuit is set to begin March 16th. Reporting in studio, I'm Alexis Martin, Fox 19 Now.
For one, you had a situation.
Alrighty, y'all. That's going to conclude this episode of the Frontline Black News. Appreciate y'all tapping in to season 6, episode 16, part 1 of the Frontline Black News. Join us later on today for part 2 after the food bank and all of that. Make sure y'all tap into the food bank. I'll be going live with that in about 6 hours, 7 hours. So I'll see y'all then. In the meantime, make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. And appreciate everybody that came through. Shout out to Breeze coming through. Shout out to Goddess Navi for coming through. Shout out to Michael Pan for coming through. Shout out to Matt 285 for coming through as always. Shout out to what was Twin? Was Twin in here? I'm not seeing Twin. Shout out to Twin as well. Who else? I'm missing someone. Apologies if I missed anybody. Anyone anybody that was speaking and not speaking. I said Michael, God is not be Breeze, and Mac 285. And of course, Shabaka, our West Coast correspondent, and Lady Shay, our other host. So peace, love, light, reparations and separations and delineations and Black empowerment. The air date of this program was 3/7 or Trey 7, 2026. And now it's Trey 8 or 3/8 or March 8, 2026. So we'll see y'all for part 2. Oh yeah, Crew. I forgot Crew and his guest, Milky. What was his name? Milky something. What is his name? Milky Bud. Appreciate you tapping in as well. So we will see y'all later on today. In the meantime, hit that like and subscribe button. And we'll see y'all then. So peace, love, light, reparations, delineations, separations of Black empowerment, Chain Kruma and Lady Che. Oh yeah, we're gonna check you out for the Sunday Gospel, Breeze. No doubt. We'll see y'all then. Chain Kruma and Lady Che signing up from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City in the sundown town known as Aurora, Colorado. Daylight saving time has begun. Got extra days of sunlight. We just lost an hour of sleep. Peace.